Testing.
Good.
Yeah. We're about to get started. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:06. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the August 2023 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I want to quickly provide guidance to those who want to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. A few of you have already submitted forms electronically, but for anyone else who may wish to testify before the Plan Commission, please fill out the sheets located on the table where you enter the room. Please include your full name, address, if you are for or against the proposal, and if you are here representing yourself or an organization. Please hand your sheets to one of the staff members. People who have completed forms will be called on after each item is presented. Thank you. Out of respect for other speakers, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please line up at the microphone behind me and to my left in the order I call your name, and please do not repeat comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be asked to leave the council chambers, or if necessary, may be escorted out by security. Roll call vote. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Carney. Not here. Commissioner Brumfield. Not here. Commissioner Cox. Not here. Commissioner Dowell. Not here. Commissioner Escareño. Thank you. Commissioner Flores here. Commissioner Johnson, not here. Commissioner Laspata.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons. Here. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Haran.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa. Not here. Commissioner Reyes. Not here. Commissioner Soto. Not here. Commissioner Sicho Lopez. Not here. Commissioner Esposato. Not here. Commissioner Tillman. Not here. And Commissioner Villegas. Not here. We do have quorum, so we'll keep going. We will now approve the minutes from the July 20, 2023 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on July 20, 2023?
Commissioner Laspata, so moves.
Thank you for your motion. Do I have a second?
Second, Piñeiro.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Okay.
Okay, abstain. Commissioner Escareño? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Laspata, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Abstain.
Okay. Abstain. Commissioner Piñeiro, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. We have 6 votes. Motion passes. Thank you. Just a reminder, as we have returned to in-person hearings, we will take public comments for the items on the agenda after each item has been presented. If you have not already done so and you wish to speak on an item, please complete a testimony slip available at the back of the chamber. Staff members are available to assist if needed and will collect the forms from you. Before we move on to regular business, I just want to take a moment to mention that Plan Commissioner Raul Garza has resigned his position on the Plan Commission. And I want to take a moment to publicly share a thank you to Raul for his time and service to the city and to wish him well in his other endeavors. And I don't think he's here today. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item numbers 1 under the negotiate cell heading? I think there's some misspellings there. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second? Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Escareno, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Flores is a yes. La Spata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. We will also go out of order and we'll start with item number 6 on the agenda. Okay. Item D6, a proposed amendment to business institutional plan development submitted by 1851. Yes, please go ahead. Submitted by 1851 Land LLC for the property generally located at 1801-1853 West Jackson Boulevard and 301 South Damon Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone institutional plan development number 1309 to a C2-5 motor vehicle related commercial district, then to business institutional plan development number 1309 as amended to facilitate the expansion of the existing Fifth Third Arena, which serves as the practice facility and private ice rink for the Chicago Blackhawks professional hockey franchise. The plan development is generally bounded by West Jackson Boulevard, South Wood Street, West Ogden Avenue, West Van Buren Street, and South Damon Avenue. The development proposal consists of a 2-story addition onto the existing Fifth Third Arena building and a surface parking lot with 219 vehicle parking spaces. This is application number 22206, and this is in the 27th Ward. Brian Hacker will provide the context overview and present the proposal plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Brian Hacker. I'm a planner with the Department of Planning and Development, the West Region, and here to present this agenda item today. As mentioned, this is a proposed amendment to Business Institutional Plan Development number 1309, which is home to the Fifth Third Arena. It's located in the 27th Ward, Alderman Walter Burnett, and the applicant is 1851 Land LLC. The action being requested today is to amend Plan Development number 1309 to revise the PD boundary, the sub-area map, the statements in bulk table, and this action would add roughly 7.2 acres to the PD net site area. Sorry, should I be? Okay, yeah, slide 2. This would also revise the underlying zoning from a B3-3 community shopping district to a C2-5 motor vehicle related commercial district for the purpose of developing a 2-story addition to the existing Fifth Third Arena that would add roughly 135,000 square feet of floor area and 219 vehicular parking spaces to the existing parking lot. This is located in the near west side area, which encompasses the IMD, UIC campus, parts of the West Loop, University Village, Tri-Taylor, and the Roosevelt Square development. Excuse me. It's a community area with roughly 63,000 residents that's had significant growth in the last 20 years and has a fairly diverse demographic to it in the population. Be on the zoning maps. Oh, sorry, it's not advanced. Go back. The zoning map. Sorry, I can't see what's the slide that's up on the computer here. Yeah, the zoning map. There we go. All right, apologies for that. So you can see on this slide, the current zoning, PD 1309 is devoted to the existing Fifth Third Arena building. To the west is PD 1310, owned by Rush Medical Center, that is currently vacant property. And this was the former location of Malcolm X College, or City College, which is now relocated to the north side of Jackson Boulevard there. So the existing uses for the project site are the Fifth Third Arena and vacant land, and should note that that vacant land is currently being used as a staging area for the CTA while they do the reconstruction of the Eisenhower branch of the Blue Line. Next slide, please. So this context image shows the site, the existing Fifth Third Arena, as well as the land identified for the expansion to be added to PD 1309. As previously mentioned, this is directly south of Malcolm X City College. To the west of Damon Avenue, there is a senior housing high-rise building. Directly to the south is the Eisenhower Expressway, which also includes the CTA Blue Line Eisenhower branch. And to the south of that is the Illinois Medical District. So there's Rush Medical Center there, former Cook County Hospital, as well as some residential development directly down Damon Avenue near Harrison. Next slide, please. The following image shows context looking towards the northeast. So you can see the Malcolm X College campus directly to the north. Further north of that is the United Center, where there's also a significant amount of surface parking adjacent to that. Okay. And this slide just shows the existing conditions of Fifth Third Arena today on Jackson Boulevard. This is the entrance, which is located near Wood, and as well as the curb cut with the entrance to the parking lot, the Malcolm X College on the opposite side of the Jackson. Next slide. Following slide shows the view on Jackson Boulevard looking to the east. So you can see the relation of the existing Fifth Third Arena to the large plot of vacant land that's next door to it, that's been identified for the expansion. Next slide, please. And then finally, this view shows the existing development from Van Buren and Wood from the south looking towards the northwest, just for context of the site here. This is the existing parking lot that is supports the use of the existing arena. So I'm now going to hand it off to the development team to take over the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, is it? Yes, it's still morning. I thought it'd be afternoon. Donna Pugh, a partner at Foley and Lardner. I represent the applicant 1851 Land LLC, which is operated by the Chicago Stadium Corp., which is an affiliate of the Wirtz Corporation. Now, working with Alderman Burnett, we held a community meeting on April 17th. And afterward, after listening to community input and feedback from the alderman, we did adjust the proposal in several ways. One is now we're exclusively focusing on the ice rink. Any future expansions at a later time will be addressed with separate approvals. My understanding is Alderman Burnett sent a letter of support, and certainly he is supportive. Now, in addition, further enhancements were made to the northwest corner to make it more inviting and open to students of Malcolm X and folks that might be in the community that might want to come in and enjoy the food service offerings that we've provided and enhanced, and even added a second floor balcony where outdoor seating can occur with food service that occurs on the second floor. All of that is to make, you know, we've been told there's such a food desert there. There's only a few places to eat because of quick, fast food. And so a lot was done to open up the facility, make it more inviting with a, you know, wide entry like that. And related to that, we received a very robust letter of support from David Sanders, the president of Malcolm X, emphasizing the long history of cooperation between United Center, the Blackhawks, and Malcolm X College. I hope that's made it into your packets. So if not, I have a copy here. Now, here to present are Jamie Faulkner, President of Business Operations for the Chicago Blackhawks, Terry Savarese, Chief Operating Officer of United Center, Tom Prepstel, founder of Generator Studios, project architect, Ernie Wong, a principal with Site Design Group, Sarah Disney Hoffey, Vice President and Director of Traffic Engineering for Sam Schwartz. With that, I'll turn it over to Jamie.
Thank you and good morning. I'd like to personally introduce myself for those I haven't had the opportunity to meet. So my name is Jamie Faulkner. I am the President of Business Operations for the Chicago Blackhawks. Been with the team for almost 3 years. And I also want to talk about this project being a legacy project for Rocky Wirtz, our late chairman and owner of the Blackhawks. I met regularly with Rocky to update him on the business, and I can tell you that this project was always top of the agenda and priority for him. We're hopeful that we can continue his legacy. He wanted nothing but to add to this property to service the community, and we hope that we can show you today how we intend to do that. I'm also a hockey mom, so I spend more time at the United Center and Fifth Third Arena than I do at my own home with my family, so I'm personally vested in this project. As Chicago's hometown hockey team, we truly believe our purpose is to make Chicago proud. We fully support the city's vision for growth on the West Side with a strong emphasis of creating a network of opportunities, connections, and valuable skills that go far beyond professional hockey games. And the West Side is our home, both at Fifth Third Arena and the United Center. And we're committed to long-term, authentic, community-based partnerships with our neighbors, investments in and delivering meaningful programs to them and with them, and providing resources to the schools, the neighbors, and the local businesses. Our goals for this expansion are: we want to serve as the home of Midwest hockey, to provide opportunities for all youths and adults who want to participate in a sport we absolutely love. We intend to add more multi-purpose spaces and amenity spaces for use by our local students, local businesses, and our neighbors in all of Chicago. We want to be community-minded in the areas of this expansion, including efforts to ensure local hiring. This will create new jobs through inclusive recruiting, training, and onboarding. We do expect this expansion to increase job opportunities here at the rink and fully intend to maintain a welcoming environment as we welcome these new employees into the Chicago Blackhawks family. This project is estimated to create about 260 jobs, and I can tell you we are very committed to supporting minority and women-owned businesses through that hiring and through this development. Since the opening of this building in 2017, we've been committed to driving and implementing programs that help support kids. We've had more than 1,000 kids from the Chicago Public Schools, neighbors in the community come through, trying to use what we do best and share that with the community. Highlights of those programs include Healthy Hawks, where we bring in kids and teach them how to eat nutritious foods and fuel their bodies for exercise. Our LEAD program, which is our Leadership Education Development Program, where we teach kids how to have leadership skills, earn respect, and be part of a functioning and successful team. Our First Stride Skates, which provides the community with free opportunities to come skate on our rinks with free skate rental and free opportunities to be on the ice. And of course, our annual Back to School event, which is actually happening this Saturday, where we partner up with Community Goods to offer the ability for the West Side students to come and shop for all their school supplies, get their eye exams, their haircuts, anything they need to be prepared for school while engaging with our Blackhawks players. Joe Robinson from Joe Fresh Goods is there for a good time. And we also bring in our Support West businesses so that they can share their food with all of the students, faculty, and neighbors that come and join. And we invite all of you guys to show up. Hopefully it won't be raining there. For more detail on this project, would love to introduce Terry. He's been here since the beginning, and he can share the specific details about the expansion.
Thank you, Jamie, and good morning. As you've heard, our first phase at Fifth Third Arena has been a huge success. The facility has served as a community anchor, providing a large variety of youth programming while still providing the best training and rehabilitation center in the National Hockey League. We're providing opportunities at every level, from the youngest startup player to the most elite athletes in the world, as it becomes Chicago's and the Midwest home for hockey. It's because of this success that we stand here today seeking to grow these opportunities. The original building dates back to an initial inspiration in 2014 when the hockey people came to myself and said, let's build a training facility for the hockey team. My usual response was, let's go talk to Rocky. Rocky said no. Rocky said, we're going to build a community ice center and the Blackhawks can practice in the ice center. And that's how the project started. The proposed expansion has its roots in an intake meeting in January, followed by our 27th Ward public meeting in April. The PD application was filed in June, and we hope to begin construction soon after the first of the year. Our estimated completion date is at the beginning of 2026. Now, some of you know we have this little convention at the United Center next summer. That's going to make our work schedule a little more complicated than usual. While it's not a primary facility for the Democratic National Convention, the Fifth Third Arena will provide an important hospitality and operational role. As Jamie mentioned earlier, the project will target a 26% MBE and 6% WBE participation. We'll work with Alder Burnett's office through Communities Empowered Through Construction, which has worked well on all of our previous projects. We'll follow similar outreach programs and local hiring initiatives that have proven successful for us in the past. Our outreach programs and our job fairs not only inform and provide opportunities, we use them as teaching elements as well. Our union relationships are strong. The Democratic Convention that I mentioned a few seconds ago will provide a huge number of union jobs, not only for the setup, but for the operation as well. We used our massing studies to provide a big picture view of the project and the impact on the community. This was especially important as we were expanding on an existing building. By test fitting the expansion, we could begin to see how the building adjacency worked, as well as how the interaction with Malcolm X College could be accomplished. This massing houses the two new additional ice sheets that we will discuss, one of them being a showcase rink that will seat up to 1,500 spectators. This capacity is going to allow Chicago for the first time to host major youth hockey tournaments on the west side. I believe this view is looking northeast to southwest. As you shift the view from south to north, you see the expansion uses a little more than 4 acres of the acquired site and is roughly the same size as the current building. As the view shifts from northwest looking southeast, you begin to see the impact on the Jackson Street corridor. From a standpoint of height, the top of the parapet wall at Rink 3 is 44 feet to match the existing building. At Rink 4, that height steps up to 52 feet. As the plan shows, the expansion sits on the easternmost 4 acres under acquisition contract. The zero setback is part of the plan, which matches the original building, and the landscape details can be discussed by Ernie Wong from Site Design in a few minutes. The expansion is located in what we call Sub-Area B. It includes parking for 215 cars to support the ice facility uses. More on the traffic impact study in a few minutes. The notch on that north side of the building represents the main entry to the facility, which complements the main walkways at the college. A raised crosswalk will be located to the north and west of the facility. While our architect's going to discuss this in greater detail, it was our goal to create a safe, attractive, and walkable environment along Jackson Street. As a result, that entry to the facility interacts with the bus stop, the new raised crosswalk, the bike lanes, bike parking, and the community and collegiate travel paths. In sub-area C, we have additional land with no current planned use. We hope to add a spillover parking lot as an interim use for large events at the facility, and that lot would meet all codes, including lighting, drainage, and landscaping. It will hold 301 cars. Our first look at plan details, which show the link between the original building and the expansion space, but the next drawing brings a more important neighborhood element into focus. That wide Jackson Street entrance is meant to welcome facility users and the community to a unique space for food and beverage options in the area. These options will be promoted both socially and on digital message board over in the college and will serve as the closest eatery for the students. The planned menus are both healthy and convenient. With 14,000 students looking for a daily salad, sandwich, or coffee, we know it's going to be a great addition to the community. Our first look at the second floor shows the interaction with the original space as well as additional food and beverage areas. It's accessed off a grand entry stair and elevators if needed, and it supports the rinks as well as the public. When you look at the second floor detail, we see the outdoor rooftop patio, which helps to celebrate that new Jackson Street corridor, as well as several multi-purpose rooms that will be used for public and private gatherings. These spaces will help us to maintain and expand our ongoing commitment to local students, our neighbors, and to the city. We are using the spaces off our clear span roof trusses to create our roof greenery. Project is committed to the minimum of 20% green roof. It will meet the requirements for future solar use as well. Our lead designers will present the renderings and will show how these spaces, as well as the overall site landscaping, help to add to the experience. The project will comply with the city's sustainability policy and will seek a minimum of LEED Silver equivalency. This is in line with our original Fifth Third Arena construction. And finally, the project will comply with all stormwater management requirements contained in the city ordinance. With that, I'd like to introduce from Generator Studios, our lead designer, Tom Pribstall.
Thank you, Terry. Good morning. My name is Tom Probstall, founding partner of Generator Studio. And I just want to take a high-level look at the design today with you and talk about a few of our goals to start off. So during our design studies for the expansion, we wanted to be careful and complement, first of all, the existing Fifth Third Arena building in its architecture, but also break down the massing to improve the pedestrian experience in the neighborhood. Additional goals include connecting to Malcolm X College and the neighborhood, as well as clearly demonstrating a new main entrance along Jackson. As we zoom down into the building to the street level, we can see how this comes together. We're clearly indicating the main entrance. We want that to be well lit, a glowing area that promotes safety to the neighborhood. We also extend the glass down to the west along Jackson, creating additional safety and interaction with the street. And then you'll also note the raised crosswalk to Malcolm X College that begins that the destination as we walk in. As we zoom in a little bit further to the main entry, you'll see that we pushed the main entry in a little bit, and what that does, it creates a little bit of breathing room for the pedestrians and building users as they arrive to the building. And then we additionally are beginning to lace in a little bit of brick into the architecture to bring down the scale of the building and promote pedestrian activity and interest. You'll also note that on the second floor, we have an outdoor terrace, which is an expression of the hospitality that's going to happen here. It's inviting, warm, and also promotes safety with eyes on the street. The south side of the building is also very important as well, as we need to address pedestrian access from the blue line, as well as from the main parking lot around to the south side. A second major entry is highlighted here in the middle with 2 stories of glass. Both atriums are connected together. Glass 2-story elements are connected together with a major walkway inside. And then you'll note on the west side of the building that brick laces that west side as well, comes around the corner to break down the massing a little bit further. The final on this view is that we're also going to engage local artists to provide an art-forward experience for pedestrians along that way. Wanted to take a minute and talk about materials on the elevations, and we'll start with the south elevation. And you'll note in the middle, as I just mentioned, we have a major 2-story glass element that's got a protective canopy there at that location. We're matching the existing architectural precast of the building here, as well as the metal panels that are up high. I also want to note that we have limited glass. It is an ice rink, and so we have to be careful about the introduction of glass because of the ice. Then when we look at the west elevation, as mentioned, you'll notice the introduction of warm brick on that facade to, again, improve the pedestrian experience as people walk north and southward through the site. As we go to the next page, on the north elevation, again, we're lacing in the warm brick on the north facade to reduce the scale of the building and as a nod to the neighborhood. And you'll note in the middle, we have the glass atrium area, as well as glass at the internal stairway and elevator to create activity on the street. Finally, architectural lighting, signage, and landscaping is the final touch. And with the landscape aspect, I'd like to turn it over to Ernie Wong from Site Design.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, members of the commission and Madam Chair. My name is Ernie Wong. I'm one of the founding principals of Site Design Group. We're a landscape architecture, urban design firm here in Chicago. I actually want to start today to tell you what an honor it is to serve in this exceptional team to bring real value to the west side of Chicago. Despite the personal and monumental loss of Rocky Wirtz, the ability of the Blackhawks organization to forge ahead, working with the West Side communities, is nothing short of heroic. So thank you to Denny and Don, Jamie, Terry, Mel, and the entire Blackhawks organization for your efforts, and our deepest condolences for your loss. I want to talk about the landscape architecture of the project. It really is an extension of the first phase to start with, but also improving on that pedestrian and public realm experience, as Tom had mentioned, really starting to enliven up Jackson Boulevard and bring that further west towards that new entrance. This creates a natural connection for the community and for patrons alike. Will exceed the landscape ordinance requirements on the site, with an addition of over 60 trees, a plethora of native plantings, pollinator gardens, and areas for stormwater infiltration. Next slide, please. To further enhance our connections to the community, we've added an outdoor plaza space with amenities for the community and traffic calming elements to ensure a safe place for our neighbors to live and play. I look forward to answering any questions. I'll turn it over to our traffic engineer, Sarah Disney Hoffey.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Disney Hoffey. I'm the Director of Traffic Engineering at Sam Schwartz, and we prepared a traffic and parking study for the proposed arena expansion. As a baseline to the recommendations that we made, I would like to set some context of the existing transportation network around the arena. Here we can see the facilities currently served by an on-site parking lot to the east of the existing building, with one driveway to Jackson Boulevard and one to Van Buren. An overflow parking lot to the northeast is also available for arena patrons on weekday evenings and weekends. With the arena expanding into sub-area B, the parking lot will likewise be expanded to the west, allowing continuous circulation within the parking lot throughout the site. Additional access will be provided via one new driveway to Jackson at the northwest of the new building and one to the southwest connecting to Van Buren. With respect to area transit, the Blue Line station is accessible to the south with entrances on both Damon and Ogden for the station, and area bus service includes the Damon route shown here in green and the Jackson bus route in orange. Continuous sidewalk access is provided within the property to enable transit riders and pedestrians to easily and safely access the arena through both the north and south side building entrances. Area bike facilities are present on several area streets, including a protected bike lane along the site frontage on the north side of Jackson Boulevard, and the 36 additional bike parking spaces proposed as part of this project will be at the northwest corner of the building for proximity to that bike lane and the raised crosswalk that will connect to it. With consideration for each of these modes, we prepared our study that has been reviewed and accepted by CDOT, and a few of our key recommendations are highlighted here. I'd particularly like to mention that pedestrian safety is a very important issue in the vicinity of the arena, with the near west side as a community area experiencing a disproportionately high number of crashes, traffic crashes and road deaths compared to other communities in the city. In response to this, a raised crosswalk will be constructed on Jackson Boulevard to slow vehicular traffic on this long block and provide a safer connection between the Jackson bus stop on the south side of the street and Malcolm X College. Curb extensions for traffic calming and improved pedestrian safety will be installed at Jackson and Wood, and the existing signal at Jackson and Damon will be enhanced with pedestrian countdown timers. The bus stop on Jackson Boulevard will be enhanced with the bus bulb, which extends the curb to the edge of the travel lane, providing more space for riders to gather and improving transit efficiency by eliminating the need for the bus to re-merge into traffic after it has made its stop. The arena also intends to coordinate with the CTA to put a real-time arrival board inside the venue and implement wayfinding for transit riders coming to and from the Blue Line. And finally, I would note that we found area traffic operation and parking accommodation would be satisfactory after the arena is expanded, both during typical daily operations and during large tournaments. I will hand it back to Zoning Council Donna Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Brian, do you need to add anything to that, or?
All right.
I don't
Okay.
know why it's not tracking.
Apologies for that. So I'd like to make the departmental recommendation. The DPD's recommendation is to approve the zoning map amendment to PD number 1309 to revise the boundary and sub-area map and facilitate the development of a two-story addition to the existing Fifth Third Arena. And after reviewing the application materials and analyzing the factors addressed in the previous slides, DPD recommends approval for the amendment for the following justifications from the zoning ordinance. It encourages unified planning and development, promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods, promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns. It reinforces desirable urban features found within the surrounding area, creates seamless or gradual transitions in bulk and scale when high-intensity development occurs in or near areas with a low-intensity character. So it's the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application for a zoning map amendment for PD number 1309 be approved and recommended for passage to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and the team for the presentation. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Ramirez Rosa is here in attendance. We do have 4 speakers signed up to speak on this item. We'll start with Mr. Michael Minto from CCBT, and he's in favor of the proposal. He'll be followed by Mr. Raul Rodriguez from Boys and Girls Clubs of Chicago. He's also in favor of the proposal. Then we will have Mr. Tom Ryan from Carpenters Union. He is again in favor of the proposal. And finally, Mr. Ernest Gates from Near West Side Community Development Corp., and he is also in favor. Mr. Minto, you can start.
Morning, my name is Michael Menzel. I'm with the Chicago and Cook County Building and Construction Trades Council. In 2017, when Fifth Third Arena opened, it had created over 250 construction jobs. This expansion is a roughly $65 million privately funded investment in the community. It is expected to create 260 construction jobs. And like 2017, this project will include the local hiring initiative, outreach and training programs. We work alongside our MBE and WB partners. We're proud to work with the Blackhawks and look forward to putting more Chicagoans to work through this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raul Rodriguez from the Boys and Girls Club of Chicago. I'm the Director of Core Programs for our agency. Since the start of our partnership with the Chicago Blackhawks, the Blackhawks have been able to provide unique and great opportunities for our members, which are ages 6 through 18. Some of our opportunities and experiences have included, floor hockey clinics and tournaments, taking field trips to Fifth Third Arena, to just see the facility, the locker rooms, but also get some free time in the ice rink, which a lot of our members, being from the city, really don't get to experience. Also they've provided us with the opportunity of taking kids to the first Blackhawks game, which was a great experience across the board. All these experiences have been free for all of our members and our agency and, our families too. I believe that the expansion of Fifth Third Arena will now allow our organization to expand our partnership and provide great new experiences for all of our members, across the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So correction, Mr. Ryan is speaking on another item, but we do have also Mr. Charles Anderson speaking on this item. So next we'll go with Mr. Gates.
Morning.
Good morning.
As you already know, my name is Ernest Gates. I'm the Executive Director of the Near West Side Community Development Corporation. I was asked to come here to talk about the Blackhawks and their relationship to the West Haven community. My experience with the Hawks has been primarily through the United Center Joint Venture, which is the entity we work with on various projects over the years. The UCJV, which is the Chicago Blackhawks and the Chicago Bulls, have worked closely with the West Haven community. We've worked closely together to bring about significant changes in the West Haven community. A unique corporate and community partnership was formed as a result of the negotiations with the UCJV and the community regarding the construction of the United Center. I could tell you about the tutors, the skating lessons, and the parties, and the family skate sessions. These are the things that make a difference in the lives of these young folks and children. But having a true corporate community partnership is where the rubber meets the road. As a result of the corporate community partnership with the the James Jordan Boys and Girls Club was built. The UCJV created construction escrow fund, which allowed over $11 million in new and private housing to be built in the West Haven community. An economic development fund was created to fund startup businesses from the community. And one of those startups got the janitorial and maintenance contracts for the United Center and Sox Park. The Near West Side community is proud to support the expansion of the Fifth Third Blackhawks ice rink.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Next, we have Mr. Anderson.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Anderson. I am the proud principal of Michelle Clark High School on the west side of Chicago, right off of 290 in Laramie. And I'm the proud principal there for several reasons. One of them is because I grew up on the west side, literally right down the street. And so I remember as a kid, all of the things that seemed barriers for us. And so now as the principal there, I am partnering with the Blackhawks. I've seen that barrier drop for us. I've seen my kids go over. I've seen them go to games. I've seen them be a part of the third arena. I've seen them be a part of the back to school. And now I want to say I've seen them come over to us. So they've come to Michelle Clark area. We've shut down the street and did a whole street fest where we had street hockey. We had different activities going on, and we brought it to our students, and not just Michelle Clark students, but we brought it to the Austin community. And so I'm so for this project because as we continue to break down those barriers, I continue to see my students seeing that they can be more than what people have thought they could be. I get a chance to see my students get a chance to jump in there and learn about hockey. I remember the first hockey game, we brought about 40 students, and there was only one coach there that knew the game. So he had to keep talking to all of us almost as an interpreter. But then I remember like the third game, others were talking to each other. And not just that, I just remember even like some of the trades and when the draft that we have kids that do a podcast on sports, and they talked about that. In previous years, I know growing up in my time, we would have never talked about it because we would have thought that that wasn't a sport that we could be a part of or a sport that we really should be doing something with. But because of the tenacity of the Blackhawks, I am for this because they have done so much in breaking down the barriers, giving students opportunities. And once again, even with our back to school bashes, they have participated in it. They participate in supporting the West Side schools, the West Side businesses, but also West Side partners. And when you partner with someone who enjoys what you're doing and line up again with what you're doing for your students, it continues to make you that proud principal. So that's why I started out by saying I'm a proud principal of Michelle Clark and West Side, and the Blackhawks are a part of why I'm so proud of it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Go ahead.
Just as the leading agency of recreation for families and children, this is definitely a really important program. And just hearing from the community and the support and your commitment to community, I think it's really important. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think that specifically on the west side, a type of recreation venue that can continue to support community and the love of sport is certainly something that we at the Park District are great to hear. I did want to also comment a little bit on the traffic and wondering with all the planning that has been presented on in terms of just the amount of traffic accidents and deaths specifically in this area. Wanted to understand just a little bit more on the signage between CTA and walkers and just the cycling community. Certainly wanting to continue to promote that, but just wanted to know a little bit more about how that study will contribute to the overall reduction of issues related to traffic.
Sure. If I may repeat the question, you're asking about the wayfinding signage that was mentioned to connect people from the Blue Line to the arena and the other
And
enhancements
just
that.
keeping people safe generally, because I
Right.
know that that's an issue in that general area.
Sure, absolutely.
If you
So
could state your name again for the record.
absolutely. Sarah Disney Hoffey, Director of Traffic Engineering with Sam Schwartz. And so we made recommendations and coordinated with CDOT on the various safety-oriented improvements that we intend to make. Jackson Boulevard, given that it's a long block and based on the amount of space currently dedicated to vehicles, there's really not as much demand as needed to command that space. And so that's why our recommendations include the raised crosswalk to slow that traffic, since long blocks can encourage higher speeds, which is the main driver of pedestrian crashes and bicycle crashes is high speeds of vehicles. So slowing them down in that way, narrowing the visual of the roadway by bringing that bus bulb all the way to the corner, and then at Jackson and Wood, adding those curb extensions at that intersection. I'll also mention we were mindful that there are other improvements being conducted by other agencies in this area. CDOT is going to be implementing concrete barriers to further protect that protected bike lane. And so we have recommended a large concrete island at Jackson and Wood to create a nice bookend to that concrete barrier that will be implemented. And along Ogden, IDOT is going to be implementing a road diet, which is converting 2 lanes in each direction to 1 in each direction with the center left turn lane and adding some curb extensions there too. So all around, it's going to be creating safer and shorter pedestrian connections and more protection for the cyclists in the area.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Spada?
Thank you so much. So number one, great presentation. Really appreciate the project. It was a couple years ago, the Blackhawks actually hosted the Latino caucus at this facility. And to see the space on the inside, even as it is, to hear about the community programming was really heartening, like really encouraging work that you all are doing. I did have enough. Let me not go on. I could go on and on, but I'll ask hopefully 3 questions that I hope are valuable. So last Plan Commission meeting, we were talking about the executive order from 2017 about MBE, WB, Chicago resident participation. I heard you talk about the targets related to MBE and WBE participation. Did not speak as much about the Chicago resident participation, but you spoke about success in meeting those goals in the past. Knowing that that is relatively uncommon based on the data that we've seen, I wondered if you could expound on how you've been successful in meeting those goals with prior projects.
With regards to the MBE program or the
MBE.
residency program is difficult to meet, as you know, because, you know, we try to hire as much as we can in the 27th ward, but a specific tradesman out of that ward is very much in demand. So the success rate on the MBE and WBE for when we Advocate Center for the first round of Fifth Third and for the office building we did at United Center, we exceeded all of those targets. The city equivalency is a bit more of a challenge. We pushed that challenge on down to each of the subcontractors, and we ride them and work with them as far as how they break down their packages into smaller pieces so that smaller companies can participate. It's difficult if, using it as an example, difficult if I put a big electrical package out on the street as to how those equivalencies can be met. But if I can break that package down into 6 smaller packages, then some smaller companies can participate. So that's one of the ways that we use to try to meet those equivalencies, as well as the MBE and WBE participation.
So thinking outside of even just the ward to what I think is in the executive order of Chicago residents more broadly, what is the project targeting from that perspective?
50%.
And do we think we'll reach 50%?
Planning on it, yes, sir.
Okay, we'll make sure to follow up. Came up, let's stick at it, Commission. But like 2 other quick points on page 10. I think we were looking at Jackson. We were talking about the protected bike lane on Jackson. It looked like it was solely eastbound. Now, I could be wrong, but is it a 2-way protected bike lane, or is there a similar lane on Adams, like a street over? How does that work?
You're right, this is a one-way bike lane. There are places where a two-way bike lane is on a one-way street. In this case, it's a one-way eastbound bike lane. The west side in general does not have as much westbound bike connectivity. And so no, there's not a dedicated bike lane on Adams.
Or Van Buren?
No, not on Van Buren.
Okay. Something for us on the council side of all this to think about, because I know as someone who recently biked Damon from Wicker Park to McKinley Park, Damon is hit or miss when you're biking down that street, quite literally, not even figuratively. I also want to ask a quick pedestrian related question. So we talked about I always get in trouble for not speaking into the mic. We talked about having a real pedestrian oriented frontage, and it's beautiful and I love it, love the wide sidewalks. I was curious because I also love the 60 new trees, sustainable development policy, great stuff. I was curious why place our trees adjacent to the building rather than on the sidewalk? Because I know if you're walking through that neighborhood, it gets hot in the summertime and it's going to get hotter over the next 30 years. I was wondering if we could speak to the choice in terms of placement.
Commissioner, I'd be happy to talk about that. Jackson Boulevard actually is, the width of that is 8.5 feet, which is just below the 9-foot width that we can put street trees in. And that's the reason why, because then all of a sudden we start to infringe on ADA access on the sidewalk once that tree goes in. So.
Makes sense. We have the same problem on California Avenue and Logan Square.
Absolutely.
Dig
You
it.
got it.
Thank you very much, sir. Great response. Great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Answer questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yeah, just a comment because I think it's important to highlight, and it transpired in the presentation. It's a great project and I support it. It comes across in the presentation, in the testimony, and really for people that are in business, understand that as well, that how the Blackhawks organization is a great civic partner to the area, to the community and so forth. It's really come across how this project is so much more than just a training facility and really is meant to be opening the doors to the community. And I congratulate you for that. That is wonderful. And based on the testimony, you can tell that that is sincere and I appreciate that. And I'm a supporter of the project. Thank you.
Commissioner, and are there any other comments? Not seeing any other hands raised. I know Alderman Burnett was not able to attend, but Alderman Hopkins is here as proxy for him. So if you can share a few words.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am in full support of this project in my capacity as Second Ward Alderman, but as the chairman mentioned, I'm actually here today as proxy for my good friend and colleague, Alderman Burnett, who asked me to come, despite the fact that he has a letter on file. He wanted it stated for the record how significant and how important this project is to him. Alderman Burnett and I actually were seated together at the memorial service for Rocky Wirtz. And after that very emotional and poignant ceremony, Walter and I had occasion to talk in some depth about this project, how much it meant to him, how closely he had worked with Rocky Wirtz side by side over many months in preparation for this. And he talked a little bit about and reflected on what it really meant to Rocky, not just the bricks and mortar portion of this, but the symbolic value that is not lost on anyone who testified here today. And to just put that in a little bit of historical context, the United Center is almost 30 years old, hard to believe. Prior to the United Center, we had the Chicago Stadium, which was an absolutely amazing place to see a basketball game or a hockey game. But it wasn't really part of the West Side. It was in the West Side, but it was an island unto itself, very much a part of its own insular function. And sadly, that was by design. You heard Principal Anderson talk about growing up on the West Side and not even ever having an occasion to go there. There was no reason to go there. It put a very cold shoulder to its own community that it was a part of. And the redevelopment of the United Center was partially designed not just to transform the landscape of the West Side and to create economic development and opportunities where there wasn't any, but to begin the process of being woven more directly into the fabric of the community that it had stood apart for from so long. It didn't happen overnight. The voices of support that you have heard today from, for example, the Boys and Girls Clubs, there's many that aren't here today that could have been the faith-based leaders of the West Side, some of the anti-violence organizations that have worked closely with the Blackhawks Foundation over the years and have their meetings in the multi-purpose rooms in Fifth Third Arena. As Jamie Faulkner mentioned, the back to school event that's coming up this week, Healthy Hawks, the promotion of a healthy lifestyle, not just on the ice, but off the ice too, and how important that is to the young children in that neighborhood to have access to that. The list just goes on and on. This really is the culmination of Rocky's vision of transforming the way his organization engaged in the community. And it is now officially a part of the community. You heard that confirmed today. I wish Rocky was here. He would be proud, justifiably proud of this moment where the support that this project received was earned. So I urge your aye vote for this worthy program, and we look forward to breaking ground. We look forward to the upcoming season, which will also be very exciting. There's some new players you might have heard about, and I'll see you, Jamie, on the ice. I'm a hockey dad myself. I have a 7-year-old that plays at Fifth Third Arena, so we're really looking forward to all the good things to come. Thank you for your support of this project.
Thank you, Alderman. Any final comments or questions from the commissioners? If not, then we'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to business institutional plan development submitted by 1851 Land LLC for the property generally located at 1801-1853 West Jackson Boulevard and 301 South Damon Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? First motion by Escareno, second, motion by Commissioner Barclay. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno? Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner La Esparta?
Yes?
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons? I have a recusal from Commissioner Lyons. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy, I have a proxy vote yes for him. Commissioner Huron?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe that's it. Correct? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Great project.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to the order of the agenda with item D1. Item D1 is a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant DK Halsted LLC for the property generally located at 1633-1649 North Halsted Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from B3-2, a community shopping district, to B3-5, a community shopping district, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 9-story 5.0 FAR mixed-use building at a height of not more than 105 feet, containing 131 dwelling units, 4,507 square feet of ground floor retail space, 34 parking spaces and bicycle parking spaces at a ratio of 1:1 relative to the number of dwelling units. This is application number 22205, and this is in the second ward. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Hurd with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant DK Halsted LLC is here today to request a new plan development for the property generally located at 1633 to 1649 North Halsted, which is located on Halsted slightly north of North Avenue and across the street from the Steppenwolf Theater. The applicant seeks to rezone the property from B32 Community Shopping District to B35 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development in a transit-served location to construct a new 9-story mixed-use building not exceeding 105 feet in height, containing 131 dwelling units, 4,507 square feet of ground floor retail space, and 34 parking spaces. The site is located in the North Planning Region in the Lincoln Park community area. The demographics are younger, whiter, higher income, and with a higher educational attainment than the city and region as a whole. This is a walkable, transit, and pedestrian-oriented neighborhood with excellent access to shopping, entertainment, jobs, and other daily needs without reliance on a private vehicle. This is reflected in the area's statistics on decreasing car ownership and driving alone to commute. More than 2/3 of commuting residents work from home, take transit, bike, walk, or carpool. Housing availability and affordability are a significant challenge in Lincoln Park, which is why providing higher density housing near transit and amenity-rich areas such as this is a city priority as a part of an overall equitable transit-oriented development vision for Chicago. Now I'd like to pass it off to Rich Clowder from DLA Piper to introduce the team and go over the details of the proposed plan development. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rich Clowder with the law firm of DLA Piper. Along with my colleague Katie Janke Dale, we represent the applicant, which, as Catherine mentioned, is a single purpose entity controlled by Draper and Kramer. I'm joined today by Gordon Ziegenhagen with Draper and Kramer, as well as Jeff Goulet and Martin Snow with SG Architects, the project architects. As Catherine noted, the site is located, let's see if I can click this the right way. On the prior slide, it's okay. On the prior slide, you noted that it's located on North Avenue, or excuse me, on Halsted on the east side of Halsted, north of North Avenue, immediately across from the Steppenwolf Theater. During the 2+ years entitlements process, there were a number of concerns expressed by stakeholder organizations and individuals that have been addressed, and the rezoning and PD are appropriate for this location for 3 fundamental reasons: policy, equity, and precedent. In front of you is a slide showing the Connected Communities Ordinance, which was adopted in July of 2022. That ordinance amended the zoning ordinance to promote higher density housing near transit. For projects within a 1/4 mile of a CTA station, parking is actually limited to 50% of otherwise applicable minimums. And in addition, density and floor area bonuses are available and height limitations are increased. For the record, we have not requested any floor area density or height relief beyond that which was allowed prior to the adoption of the ordinance because of our negotiations with these stakeholder organizations and oversight by the Alderman's office. And in fact, our density is far less than what the maximum would be under the amended zoning ordinance. City policy and law are aligned in favor of promoting higher density residential projects close to public transit. We are also, it should be noted, fulfilling the city's affordable requirements ordinance by providing 15% of the units on site and a fee in lieu of nearly $1 million, which furthers the city's goal of transit-oriented development and, equally importantly, promotes equitable development by creating opportunities for a wider range of renters in an affluent community. Concentrating higher density development near transit provides housing opportunities for a broader range of tenants, and even the market rate units provide housing opportunities for a population that might not otherwise be able to afford to live in Lincoln Park. In terms of precedent, the scale and density of this project compares favorably to two other recent rezonings and PDs. Shown on this slide is 1623 North Halsted, which is immediately to our south, and 744 West North Avenue, which is immediately to its south. Those two projects immediately to our south were of similar height and were more dense, and between them provided a total of only 2 on-site affordable units, whereas we are providing 20 affordable units on site at area median income levels of a weighted average of 60%. This project, as I noted, aligns with city policy, is in line with recent precedent, and offers housing opportunities to a range of renters that might not otherwise be able to find housing in Lincoln Park. Now to walk you through the plan itself is Jeff Goulet from SGW Architects. Take it away. You're going to click that to advance.
Okay, great. I'll monitor. Thank you, Rich. Good morning. I'm Jeff Goulet, principal with the architecture firm of SGW Architecture and Design, and my colleague Martin Snow is with me here today as well. In the slide that you see before you, we're looking from the north at our building on the Halsted frontage. The Halsted frontage is largely a glass design, designed both to reflect the building of Steppenwolf Theater across the street and to speak to the modernism of that design. Through a process of constructive engagement and dialogue with Alderman Hopkins and his office and neighborhood groups, we evolved the design of the much of the bulk of the building to reflect the brick characteristic of the surrounding neighborhood. You can see in this slide that brick treatment dissolves at the northwest corner of our building into vertical bands of terracotta rain screen of a similar color, and brick wrapping around the corner at the base where the residential entry occurs. In the next slide, you can see that the street front of the building, we've set the whole building or the whole southern portion of the building back 13 feet in contrast to the existing buildings on the site, which formerly housed the Royal George Theater. All those came up to the front lot line of the property. Our building is going to be set back 13 feet, which provides an ample space for the retail space in our building, which is designed to accommodate outdoor cafe space. This gives a little more close-up view of the residential entry of the building where the brick wraps around at the ground floor, and you can see that the terracotta rain screens complementing the glass window wall at the upper levels. This is a view from the south. Our building sets back dramatically at the 7th floor, above the 7th floor, with 8th floor residential space, and then significantly again at the 9th floor, where there is a small penthouse that accommodates amenity space for the building. This is the view of the rear of the building from the alley. So you can see that in the evolution of our design and in dialogue with the Alderman's office and the neighborhood group, the building at the southeast and north facades was transformed so that it reflected the brick characteristics of much of the neighborhood. This is a site plan view of the building where you can see along the Halsted frontage the significant setback that we've accommodated for sidewalk cafe space. We're fortunate in that the building and the property is served by a fully 20-foot wide alley along the rear, and our parking occurs and enters from the rear and is fully enclosed. One of the advantages to our site planning is that we were able to get rid of 2 massive curb cuts that served an on-site parking garage that was adjunct to the Royal George Theater. This is a section cut through the building, which shows principally the setback at the ground floor along the left-hand side of the drawing. Also up at the top, you can see the significant setback at the 8th floor and then at the penthouse amenity space. This shows a blow-up view of the ground floor of the building on the left, where you can see that the parking is all grouped at the rear. There's a very significantly scaled retail space, which is designed to accommodate restaurant usage. And then the entry lobby of the residential portion of the building is at the northwest. Then on the right-hand side, there's a typical residential floor, levels 2 through 7. The next slide shows on the left-hand side, the 8th floor plan with its significant setbacks and the penthouse 9th floor plan with the small amenity space and the very large roof terrace space for the residents. Again, in our constructive dialogue and engagement with Alderman Hopkins, his team, and the neighborhood groups, we cut back significantly on the mass of the building, particularly on the north and east sides and at the 8th and 9th floor levels. Next slide shows the building materials, largely brick at the north, east, and south sides, and then the window wall that you saw at the Halsted frontage, exposed concrete columns, metal panel at the top of the building, terracotta rain screen, and slatted wood transom ornamenting the ground floor upper transom of the retail and lobby space. Next slide is an elevation on the Halsted side of the building, followed by an elevation of the south side of the building, the east side of the building, and the north side of the building. The project was designed to be in conformance with the pedestrian-oriented and urban design guides so that, as Rich mentioned, we're in close proximity to a red line stop less than 500 feet from the red line CTA station at North Avenue. So we observe the reduced parking at a transit-served location. We've eliminated these very large curb cuts on Halsted. All vehicular access is from the alley behind the building. We've widened the sidewalk with a very significant building setback and landscape improvements. All access is at grade for full accessibility, and we have secured interior bike parking. This is another picture similar to the one I showed you before, which indicates the open space we've created at the front in conformance with the open space guidelines of the city. And I will turn it back over to Rich for a project timeline.
Thank you again. For the record, Rich Clowder from DLA Piper. This slide is important in our judgment because it shows the very robust community engagement process led by Alderman Hopkins. Even before meeting with the neighbors, we scaled back the project considerably at the alderman's request. When we first did meet with the neighborhood organizations in early 2022, we presented a plan which was revised substantially to address the concerns about massing, design, unit count, and neighborhood impact, and presented then at 2 well-attended neighborhood meetings, first in June of 2022 and then in March of 2023. From a sustainability standpoint, this project is compliant as noted on this slide. And finally, as I noted earlier, we are compliant with the ARO. We are including 20 units on site and have a unique partnership with Steppenwolf Theater to offer both affordable and market rate units to their artists and employees. Affordable units will include units at 50% AMI and even 40% AMI. And this building really does open Lincoln Park up to a broader range of younger, dynamic, and diverse renters. Finally, this slide summarizes the extensive community benefits this project provides. In addition to the affordable units and even moderately priced market rental units, there will be significant construction jobs, a commitment to repairing the historic alley running north-south on the eastern border of the site, forging a partnership with Steppenwolf Theater, contributing $300,000 to facilitate the construction of new parkland at Larrabee and North, and to facilitate pedestrian and cycling connections and the construction of public plazas and greening features within nearby rights-of-way. Lastly, I want to thank Alderman Hopkins for his leadership, DPD staff for their thoughtful and extensive input and guidance, and the many stakeholders who contributed to making this project better. I'll pass it back to Catherine to conclude.
Again, for the record, Catherine Hurd from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate because it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context and zoning. The proposal would bring much needed transit and pedestrian oriented development, including affordable housing units to this area. Development such as this supports local businesses and institutions, as well as promotes a greater sense of safety with more activity and eyes on the street. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to create a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. We do have quite a few speakers signed up to speak on this item. I'll call out the first five. Retha Kay, who's against the proposal, followed by Brooke Flanagan, who's for the proposal. Next, Kim Schilt, who's for the proposal. Kenneth Davis, who's for the proposal. Bernard Jacobs, who's for the proposal. David Murray, who's also for the proposal. Tom Ryan, who's for the proposal, and Mr. Butler Adams, who's for the proposal. We'll start with Ms. Kay.
Okay, and I'm a resident of Ranch Triangle on Dayton Street, so I am close to the proposed development. And I'm surprised that you're saying that it is in conformity with the surrounding area and zoning. The current zoning is B32, which my understanding of zoning is that the existing zoning is supposed to have a presumption of validity. And so there has to be justification for the increase. The current build would be more than double of the buildings behind it on Burling. And they're zoned, I think, they could maximum height around 40, 50 feet. And because one of the claims is that there's quote unquote precedent for this development, one of the concerns I have is that the next developer is going to claim precedent for another massive outsized building. Under the current B32 zoning, wouldn't it be possible to still develop a mixed use building? So same use on a smaller scale. You could still do transit-oriented development. You could still do everything. And because of the area of the size of the units, wouldn't that provide more options for different family sizes? So if a larger family potentially could have an affordable unit, kind of consistent with like the area surrounding this building. And I'm for development. It's not that, but it should be reasonable in size and scale. That's why their zoning exists. So why, and also with regard to like saying you're going to do affordable housing for the Steppenwolf Theater, are you able to legally set aside units solely for a specific user? Can you exclude someone who is not a Steppenwolf Theater performer? I don't think you can. So I don't know how you're specifically targeting this as a use for Steppenwolf. Yes, it's a possibility, but isn't it open to everyone who wants to apply for the affordable units? And it's 100 feet. Why do you need the PD? Even if, let's say, you are going to do B35, why do you have to do, that would give you 100-foot frontage under existing zoning without the TOD. You would have 80 feet. So still, you're exceeding it by 20 feet. And under the PD, what's going to stop the developer from coming back again and modifying the PD, making the units smaller, making more units? Why are you allowing the PD at an excessive height without going through existing zoning? It just seems that you're able to do everything you want to do except at the scale you want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Next, we have Brooke Flanagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners and aldermen and fellow citizens. Nice to see you, everyone. My name is Brooke Flanagan. I'm here today as the Executive Director of Steppenwolf Theater. I'm also a 25-year resident of Lincoln Park, and I live in the 1600 block of Burling right behind the proposed development. But today, as Executive Director of Steppenwolf, I am proud to be here to endorse the Draper and Kramer Development Project at 1649 North Halsted. As the property facing our artistic campus, we were very pleased to be engaged in conversations with this team early on in the development phase. They've approached this project, in our opinion, with the spirit of collaboration and listened when we have shared hopes and fears for the development. Steppenwolf believes that the architectural design of the project is in direct conversation with our artistic complex. The addition of residential units will serve to increase the vibrancy indicators of our neighborhood and elevate the sense of community and density of our cultural corridor, serving our 3 theaters, bars, and cafes at Steppenwolf, and increasing patronage at the many restaurants that call Halsted Street their home. We hope to utilize units for artistic housing, yes, offer our front bar cafe as a gathering place for residents, and have our patrons activate the new street level restaurant that will serve as the anchor commercial tenant in the 1649 North Halsted Street development. We're hopeful that ours will be a symbiotic relationship reflective of the spirit that has made Chicago a great city in which to live and work. At a time where businesses and residents alike are working together to rebuild the quality of life across neighborhoods and the city of Chicago, the addition of this residential mixed-use property, we believe, will activate our block and increase safety and engagement in our neighborhood. This is a positive addition for our artists who want to come to Chicago and create. And the proposed units offered through the Affordable Housing Initiative will be for the broad coalition of artists and arts workers that call Chicago home. We believe this is also a positive addition for the teens who come to Steppenwolf for arts learning, tens of thousands every year. Audiences, hundreds of thousands who engage in world-class artistry in one of our 3 theaters. And finally, residents like me and my spouse and our 3 CPS children who live right around the corner, who call Lincoln Park home. Thank you, and we hope to see all of you at the theater soon.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Next, we have Kim Schultz.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Kim Schultz, and I'm the President and CEO of the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I'm here this morning to support the proposed development by Draper and Kramer at 1649 North Halsted. The project matches the scale and density of 2 recently approved adjacent multi-family projects and complements the new addition to the Steppenwolf Theater building across the street. The addition of 134 new apartments, which includes 20 affordable units, will provide much needed density to the corridor, increasing foot traffic and creating a larger pool of residents to spend dollars locally. The proposed ground floor restaurant with outdoor dining space will help enliven the street and add more eyes to the street, promoting safety in the neighborhood. Draper and Kramer addressed local stakeholder concerns about the project by adjusting the design, including changing the side and rear facades from metal panels to brick and reducing the building mass by incorporating multiple upper level setbacks. They will also provide funding for the construction of a new parkland to increase the size of Park 598, which will provide a significant benefit to the community. We believe this project will help sustain Halsted Street as a thriving commercial district by attracting more people to the neighborhood to live, dine, and support local businesses. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Next, we have Kenneth Davis.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Davis. I am a business agent for Iron Workers Local 1. And from a labor standpoint, I'm here today to speak about this development because community development is paramount for us as iron workers and the building trades. And it keeps our members working, generates revenue for the city and the businesses in that community. We need this project to move forward, to put our members to work and train our young apprentices and give them careers. that will help enhance the city and improve their lives. This project would indeed help, and I'm asking you to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, we have Mr. Jacobs.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? I don't know. My name is Bernard Jacobs. I'm a landscape architect. I've been practicing landscape architecture in the Old Town Lincoln Park area for over 40 years. I know this neighborhood very well. I have invested in the architecture. My office is adjacent to this neighborhood. Obviously, I've seen North Avenue corridor go through a lot over those years. North Avenue has changed significantly, and it has changed over the years in ways that I approve of as a neighbor and a professional. I think the Draper and Kramer project is going to add a lot to this specific corner, which is highly visible and highly used. We used to go to the Royal George Theater a lot. We used to go to the restaurants a lot. We used to go to this whole area a lot. So seeing it more energized now, especially after the fire of the Jewelers building on the corner when everybody wanted to tear it down, the fact that that really gentrified this particular area is a good thing. For all of these reasons, I support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Next, we have David Murray.
How you doing? I'm David Murray from Ironworkers Local 63. I think it goes without saying that the ironworkers support any kind of construction and development. I'm not a resident of the area, but I do have members that are looking forward to a project. This kind of project, after looking at the drawings that you guys submitted, it shows the window wall and the features that the Ironworkers Local 63 look forward to installing every day. That's what our guys do. So we're looking forward to this project. We obviously support it. We thank the efforts of Alderman Hopkins to bring this project to the table that maybe we could install it one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Ryan from Carpenters Union.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon yet? Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Tom Ryan. I'm president of Carpenters Local 13. I want to speak in favor of this development. I remember when we had Draper and Kramer Housing Investment Trust under Governor Thompson. That's how far I go back. But we have 53,000 members, men, women, LBGT community members, and they're all members of our local. That happens to be in our local. I'm speaking on behalf of our ESC, Gary Perinar, who you probably know. I'm in favor of this project. Gary's in favor of this project. We're elite, not good, not excellent, but elite. We consider ourselves elite because you have to be elite carpenter to get this project done. So I speak in favor of this project. If anybody has any questions for me, you're going to go see our training center out in Elk Grove Village. That's where our training center is. And we've got another one in 22nd and Union. If anybody wants to come and see us, commissioners, we're more than welcome to bring you there. So, all right, that's all I have to say. Anybody got any questions or?
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Mr. Adams.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. Wanted to say I'm in favor of this proposal. I see this Draper and Kramer, they've been around for a very long time. They built and developed basically Lake Meadows and own it and about to sell it. And a few years ago, they came before this commission for a project on like 23rd and Wabash. So I am in favor of this proposal. I did read some of the comments online about this project. I don't live in the area, but I followed numerous projects in this vicinity. And I don't think this particular project is too tall nor too dense for the area. As it states in some of the paperwork, it's about 500 feet from the red line. And had they not torn down the brown line stop at that portion, would be even closer to public transportation. At one time, there was a stop there, Hoss, for the brown line was torn down back in 1949. This project does offer more affordable units than neighborhood projects. Like I said, I have followed other projects around here as well, so it's not too tall, nor is it too dense. Several projects include 633 North on North Avenue, West North Avenue, 11 floors, 1457 North Halsted, 19 floors, 1840 West Blackhawk, 22 floors, and 860 Blackhawk was 26 floors. So this being at like 8 floors, 130 units is not that bad at all. Over the past 4 or 5 years, we have had much more mid-rises in neighborhoods outside of downtown. I think that's a good thing to house people. We have to also realize that right now, this area has between about 68 and 70,000 residents. At one time, it had like 102,000 people. So we do need to increase the density in the city. So this will help do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
I do have a question. Yeah, some of the pictures suggest that there are some structures where this facility or this is going to be built. Can you tell us a little bit about the nature of the structure? So what's going to be demolished? What's the current use?
Introduce myself again, Jeff Goulet with the architecture firm of SGW Architecture and Design. The buildings that are on the site right now are those that formerly housed the Royal George Theater. There's a old timber frame loft building at the southwest side of the site that is about 6 stories tall. That was used for adjunct facilities for Royal George. Then there's the theater building itself, and that's sort of surrounded to the east and north sides by a multi-level parking garage. So all of those facilities will be torn down and the site brought back to level for this new project to be able to be created.
Any of them have a current use, alternative use? They're all,
The theater has been closed since right around the beginning of COVID.
right.
Unfortunately, COVID sort of put them out of business, so nothing has been active in the buildings since that time.
Okay, very good. So I'm familiar with the area and from business owners in the area, I hear that this is an area that needs activation. So this really achieves that purpose. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Haran?
Good morning. I have a comment and a question. So want to comment first on thank you, Draper and Kramer, for providing the majority. I think it's like 75% of the ARO units being on site in this resource-rich neighborhood, including close proximity to the Red Line station, other transportation. Really appreciate that. I think it's a good example of providing equitable housing choice to all Chicagoans, regardless of their income. So I applaud that. I do have a question for the development team, also related to the MBE, WBE, and the city residency. I know those are with planned developments, they're just aspirational goals, but it would be good to know what the plan or efforts are that are in place, like a utilization plan, what is in place so you can move forward to try to achieve those goals or exceed those goals.
I need to get this right. Good morning still. I'm Gordon Ziegenhagen, Senior Vice President at Draper and Kramer. Certainly the requirements with under a plan development of 26 and 6 and 50%. I mean, those are minimum levels. We have almost always exceeded those goals on every project, sometimes getting north of 50% MBE. And certainly, we don't view those as minimum numbers. I mean, those are the floor. We'll always try to exceed those and exceed them significantly. We work very closely with local groups, certainly with established contractors that have very strong MBE, WBE subcontractor bases and outreach. Literally sometimes hundreds of subcontractors in those communities. So we're very confident that we will have a very successful construction project in those regards.
Do you have a written agreement with your general contractor that includes those goals?
We do not have a contractor on board yet. There are a number that we have utilized in recent, on other recent projects, but it's too early for us to have signed someone up yet at this point.
Thank you. I encourage you to include that in your agreement. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. And just a follow up, are you currently working with any WV firms, even for design services? Design services?
We are, our civil engineer is an MBE firm, Engaged Civil, based in Bronzeville. And certainly we have other minority, people working on the majority owned design firms that are engaged in the project to date. Although I will say that, as we're at the plan development stage, we've not progressed with drawings yet, much past these high level conceptual renderings that you've seen.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yep, Commissioner.
Thank you. One, great to hear from Labor today. Glad you're here. And I just had a quick question about the plans for the street level retail or commercial space, if you have any tenants in mind, or what, a little bit more of a flavor of what we could expect.
I'll take that one again. Yes, as you might know, previously, other than the theater, the other retail users over the years have been a restaurant, which is perhaps a very obvious choice, being across the street from one of the most amazing jewels that we have in our city, which is Steppenwolf Theater. And so right off the bat, once we had this site under contract, we started talking with a number of the larger restaurant group organizations, in the city, and received tremendous interest right off the bat. So again, because we're early in the process and we don't even have our zoning approved yet, hopefully that will happen soon, starting today. We'll start that effort in earnest, but I'm confident that we could have, multiple letters of intent from restaurant operators for that space in the coming weeks.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah. Heard one of the public commenters indicate that the housing, affordable housing was targeted towards Steppenwolf personnel. Is that true, or is it open to anyone?
So I think that is confusing a couple of things. There really are two separate elements of housing beyond the majority of the project being market rate housing. So the 15% affordable that we're planning with 20 affordable units, those are not Steppenwolf focused units. Those are units that, working with the Department of Housing, and really this came up during our initial conversations with Steppenwolf about, hey, is there some way that we could support just the general artist community, not their performers or their employees at all, but just the general community. And this was something that then we collectively came up with is, hey, could we add an artist preference for those housing units? Separately though, Steppenwolf, is also interested in leasing a few units from us directly, market rate units, that then they would utilize for their visiting performers that come in, ever so frequently. And we've agreed to offer them below market rates, for those handful of units.
Thank you.
I do have a follow-up question on the ARO units. It was mentioned that some of them will be offered at the 40% AMI. I don't think that we've heard that before a lot. So can you specify how many of those will be the 40%, and what does that account to in terms of monthly rent in this area?
I might have to defer to Commissioner Haran for the rent question, but I can tell you that as a result of the updated ARO, the requirement is now that the ARO units have an have incomes averaging 60% of AMI, which means that you can't have any units over 80% AMI, but if you do have units over 60% of AMI, then you have to offset those with units under 60% of AMI. Our plan here and the specifics of the ARO are at least 1/3 of the units must be affordable to households at or below 50% of AMI, of which 1/6, which in this case would be one of the 7 units, must be affordable to households at or below 40% of AMI, if that makes any sense. So it's when the averaging came in that allowed developers some flexibility to basically offset increased rents or lower rents below 60% with still affordable rents up to 80%. So the result is that you have a range of affordable units, which I think is
Great.
good
Yeah.
policy.
Yeah, thank you. Do we know approximately how much that would amount to or? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We can get that information. Of
Okay.
course, it's going to depend on income level and bedroom number, but we can get
Right.
to that.
For the record, Fran.
Yeah, he got you.
Yeah, I have the rent sheet. So 40% of AMI for 1 bedroom rent would be around $828. A 2 bedroom, $993. I know are there studios in here? The
Yes.
Yeah.
studios are $773 at 40% AMI.
Great. Okay.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Any other questions from the commissioners, comments? No? Okay. Alderman Hopkins, I know you want to talk on this item.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm in full support of this after a 2-year community review process, contentious at times, but I think it did result in making the project a better project, both in terms of the aesthetic design changes to add some terracotta and some masonry elements to bring it more in conformity with some of the historic buildings, especially the ones just to the north that we fought so hard to save as a community just a few years ago. And it did generate a lot of support towards the end of this process. You heard some of that support today from the local Chamber of Commerce, some local residents, of course, the trades unions who look forward to putting their members to work and creating apprenticeships. And I think most significantly and importantly, Steppenwolf Theater. Reviewing some of the online comments that I've seen on social media, I saw a recent suggestion that Steppenwolf support is due to the fact that they don't want the competition from Royal George or from whoever might possibly try to continue operating that as a theater. And I just want to state for the record, that's not only incorrect, it's actually the opposite of what is true. When the Royal George Theater abruptly announced that they were going out of business, they were going to be dark and not reopen, Steppenwolf, their staff, their artists, the directors, all joined the community in expressing some sadness over that. None of us were happy that the Royal George was fading into history. It was a valued member of the theater community. In fact, there's a saying in show business, a thriving theater is good, a thriving theater district is better. And not only were they not really competition, they were peers. So it was a sad day when Royal George announced that they couldn't make it anymore. And we actually attempted to see if there were any interest in possibly keeping that alive as a theater. And it turned out that it couldn't happen. Their final show actually was a tribute to Lenny Bruce, and it was selling out. This was just a business decision. The problem with Royal George is that it was not in the sweet spot. It was too small to be a big theater and thus economically viable, and it was too big to be a small theater of the type that could actually operate on a shoestring budget. And it turns out it was teetering on the brink of insolvency even before the COVID pandemic came along and put them out of business. There was no interest and no possibility in finding another entity to acquire it and continue operating it as a theater. We even actually, at one point, were talking to the Stagehands Union, who were looking to possibly buy it and use it as a training facility. But the condition of the existing structure was such that it was not an economically viable alternative. They simply couldn't have afforded to do what was necessary to bring it back up to code and use it for that purpose. So despite the community's best efforts and despite Steppenwolf's best efforts to save this as a theater, that wasn't going to happen. That brings us to where we are today with this partnership with Steppenwolf. And I think this is the best of all possible outcomes. The neighborhood did in fact succeed in getting some alterations. The improvements to the alley, I think, are paramount. The neighbors appreciate that. Most significantly in my mind is the financial contribution that the development team will be making towards construction of a brand new park just a little bit to the east on North Avenue in North and Larrabee. The money from this contribution will be used for a transformative element to that park, where we will actually bring it to the major intersection of North and Larrabee, which was not part of the current design. This will provide the funding necessary to change that and to really open up and expand this park and to create a beautiful promenade entrance, which we know will be a wonderful community asset when it's built. So we appreciate the support from the development team for that community benefit, and all that combined, I think is justification for my full support as an alderman. While I do acknowledge some of the immediate neighbors who remain unsatisfied with the modifications, be that as it may, it's time to move forward with this project, and I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there any final comments or questions from the commissioners before we ask for a motion? No, okay. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant DK Halsted LLC for the property generally located at 1633-1649 North Halsted Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Commissioner Lozada so moves.
Thank you. Commissioner Lozada, do I have a second? Okay, Commissioner Piñeiro, roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay? Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lozada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyons, I have a proxy vote yes from her. Commissioner Murphy? Stepped away. Commissioner Haran? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D2. A proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor submitted by Rocket Twins LLC for the property generally located at 2614 West 48th Street and 4743 South Tallman Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M1-2 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to a C3-2 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District to allow for the medium venue use category in order to provide a 12,000 square foot venue at the rear section of the existing building. No other changes are proposed. This is application number 22170-T1, and this is in the 15th Ward. Roberto Astudillo will provide the context overview and present the proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Roberto Studillo, Urban Designer with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant Rocket Twins LLC and their development team appear here today for the proposed industrial corridor map amendment. The proposed amendment is generally located at 2614 West 48th Street and 4743 South Tallman Avenue. It is in the Brighton Park community area and it is located within the 15th Ward. The subject property is also located within the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor. The applicant requests a rezoning for the subject property from M1-2 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to C3-2 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District to allow for the medium venue use category in order to provide a venue at the rear section of the existing building. While the rear portion of the building is approximately 12,000 square feet, the actual area for people to gather in the venue is approximately 4,800 square feet. No other changes are proposed. The subject property is in the Brighton Park community area, which has a population of about 45,000 residents. The subject site is located within the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor. The demographics of the area are about 80.5% Hispanic of any race. The property is generally located at the intersection of South Tallman Avenue and West 48th Street. It is across the street from the new Brighton Park Community Campus and the James Shields Middle School. The land use around the subject project includes industrial, institutional, open space, single and multifamily residential. The site is also about half a block from 47th Street, which is predominantly commercial. A planning study is currently being conducted by the Department of Planning and Development. That includes an analysis of potential future changes to land use in the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor and the surrounding neighborhoods around the Brighton Park Community Campus. It is not known whether the findings and recommendations that result from the study will be affected by this project. I will now turn over the presentation to Mr. Rolando Acosta, the applicant's attorney.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant, along with Bova Kagan, who is a principal with the applicant. The project before you today, as Roberto stated, is at the northeast corner of 47th and Tallman, 48th and Tallman, I'm sorry, across from Shields Middle School. It's about a block west of the new Chicago Park District campus along 48th. The property is improved with a building that has not been in legal occupancy for about a decade until the current applicant purchased it in May of last year, had a series of building code violations within it. And the applicant is working on rehabbing portion of that building and wishes to expand the proposed uses into the rest of it. As you can see from this map, the property is to the east of us is residential. To the north of us is an industrial user. To the west of us is a vacant parcel that actually was zoned many years ago under a plan development for residential. And to our immediate south is a school. It is also a transit served location, approximately 3 blocks from the Western train CTA station. I think lastly, I should note it's on the eastern edge of the industrial corridor. So immediately across the alley from us is not an industrial corridor. It is currently zoned M12. The proposal is to rezone it to a C32. The C3 will prohibit residential use on the property, so it won't allow for further residential intrusion. The two of the 3 uses, the coffee roaster as well as the cafe, are permitted uses under the current zoning. The reason for this rezoning is the desire to use the rear of the building, northern portion of the building, for a venue, which is not permitted in the M12. So the C3 is a necessary zoning for that. Shows the industrial corridor. You can see how the property is on the eastern edge of that industrial corridor. You can see that this industrial corridor has been losing jobs. It is actually, while it has high paying jobs in the industrial corridor, it is ranked near the bottom of the industrial corridors in terms of job creation. The applicant's actually activities here will create some jobs because this is all a commercial proposal. You see the property, it's the dark roofed building, 27,000 square feet in total. The southern portion of it has approximately 15,000 square feet. That would be the coffee roaster and the 2,000 square foot cafe. You'll see a site plan in a moment. The rear portion where the venue would be has approximately 12,000 square feet. The property is lot line to lot line and has no parking. An arrangement has been made with the Shield School to use its parking lot noted on this aerial to its southwest. Has about 30 parking spaces. Obviously, the hours for a venue, which are basically Friday evening, Saturday and Sunday, are symbiotic with the hours for a school when it's not operating. So there's an arrangement to use their parking lot for the venue parking. There's also an agreement that to the extent that the Shield Schools needs gathering spaces that it doesn't have within the school, they will be able to use the venue space for that purpose. Done. Here you can see the building. It's partially, so there is a permit that has been issued. The applicant also received a City of Chicago grant to build out the coffee roaster and cafe. That work is underway. It basically consists of rehabbing, improving the exterior of the building as is, adding new windows, and then the interior build out of the coffee roaster and cafe. Similarly, as it goes into the venue space to the north portion of the building, would be improving the facade and then building out the interiors. Just some photos down the street looking east along 48th, looking west along 48th, and then Shield School at the lower, your left-hand corner, and then the vacant parcel to our immediate west. Floor plan of the entire building, coffee roaster and cafe to your right, the venue space to the left on this plan. Again, the coffee roaster and cafe are under construction. You can see that the venue space is split into two areas. They total about 4,800 square feet. The anticipated capacity is about 250 people. Site plan of just the venue space. I will note that as part of this review process, there are no sidewalks currently on Tallman. So the applicant will actually be adding a sidewalk from 48th to the front door of this building and beyond. It will be, they're currently perpendicular parking on Tallman. So the parking will be changed to parallel parking, more consistent with normal street parking, and then adding some landscape islands. And as it crosses any particular driveways, there will be depressions to make it ADA accessible all the way throughout. The building is slightly elevated above grade, so a lift will be added to the front door to make sure that the venue is ADA accessible. And then there's a change of grade within the building, so a ramp system will be created at midpoint in this building to make the rear portion or the eastern portion also ADA accessible. I think with that, I turn it over to Roberto. We are happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
DPD has concluded that this proposed rezoning is appropriate for this site and supports this amendment for the following reasons. The Brighton Park Industrial Corridor is about 400 acres. This rezoning would impact a site that is only 0.63 acres or 0.16% of the total industrial corridor. The proposal is consistent with other recent investments that have focused on institutional and open space. That said, there is still significant vacant and underutilized land in the corridor that could accommodate industrial uses. The proposed use includes both commercial and manufacturing type uses that fit within the existing transitioning industrial context. Existing public infrastructure is sufficient to support this proposed use. Please refer to the staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the zoning map amendment in the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Lasplata?
Thank you so much. So this is just my second meeting, so I might ask some questions just for understanding in the future. We're not talking about a planned development, correct? Or are we just talking about downzoning? What is the purpose for this project, particularly coming before the Plan Commission, is what I'm driving at?
That's correct, Commissioner. So industrial planned or projects that need to take a zoning change from an M to a non-M designation within an industrial corridor get heard by Plan Commission to vote on the criteria against the rest of the plan development or rest of the corridor that they exist in. So in this case, you heard Roberto mention some of the additional available land for manufacturing uses, using this vacant piece in this building for a use that's not necessarily manufacturing will not deteriorate or be prohibitive against the rest of the corridor to be able to be used for manufacturing purposes.
Got it. Much appreciated. It feels like C3 is a very reasonable adjacent to manufacturing and industrial corridor zoning to go to. Makes a lot of sense to me. Great to see the building come into productive use. Really great to hear about what you're doing to make it more pedestrian friendly. got a bit of a gasp when I heard there's no sidewalks. So I'm glad that you're doing that. If I could ask one question, would we say that the roastery is incidental to the venue or the venue incidental to the roastery? And what kind of events would we hope to see coming into the venue space?
So Rolando Acosta again on behalf of the applicant. I don't think one's really incidental to the other. So the roastery, the cafe is incidental to the roastery because the roastery produces coffee for the cafe. The venue is really, there's extra space in this building. I guess it would be you can't really see the roastery when you're in the venue. So it's not like a brewery where I have a venue next to it and you can see the tanks producing the beer. It's just a good use for the extra space that's currently available in the building. And we're talking about banquets, quinceañeras, birthday parties. This is not a rock concert venue.
Okay, because I mean, we say venue, the next thing that goes to my head is PPA license. You got the residences across the street, but doing those public events feels like it makes a ton
We're
of sense.
sending all the rock concerts to the Congress Theater.
We're glad to welcome them in 2 years, sir. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes, just a quick comment. So we are the new neighbors, literally kitty corner. So we're looking forward to have a great space for coffee. I would just add a couple comments as part of the development. It would be great. I think it's going to be a great contribution to the community, but I do think that because there's a school, now there's a park, now there's this great venue, be great to ensure that there's ample lighting, and that the venue and the facility really creates much more lighting in the evening, as I know that there's still some challenges specifically in that corner. Just around public safety. I know the community is asking us to ensure that we are activating spaces and really trying to embrace community in a way that addresses some of the violence. I think for me, in terms of the development, this is great. But when I also hear venues, I also hear potential additional impact to the nearby community. And I know that they are asking us to be much more cohesively working with the community. So if you can talk a little bit about the lighting, the traffic control. I know that you talked about the parking in the school. There's not a lot of parking. So just making sure that the venue number of people coming in and the nearby community is all kind of working together.
Sure. Yeah. Those are all good points. From the lighting perspective.
Do you mind stating your name just for?
Oh, sorry. Vladimir Kagan. So from the lighting perspective, we only have permits for the coffee side right now. And so that side already has lighting all around the building. So we did a lighting analysis with our architects and everything is lit all around the alley. So the minute we get permits on this side to support the electrical work, then we will have full lighting photometrically. So it's often during the daytime, the minute it gets dark, the lighting turns on. In terms of the traffic situation, we've been talking with the school and they have a system where they close off the sidewalk when school is in use for the hours that kids are being dropped off and kids are being picked up. So we're going to continue having conversations with them to work out a situation where we don't interrupt, safe passage of the kids back and forth. And parking, we are going to continue to explore more parking options. This is just kind of what we could get preliminarily with the partnership at Shields. And we're going to continue working on seeing how much parking we need and trying to get more.
Great. Looking forward to being partners. So
Thanks. Yeah, we
Thank you.
like being neighbors with the Park District. So thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Is Alderman Lopez here? No. Okay, so we have a letter of support. Well, if there are no more questions or comments, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the Brighton Park Industrial Corridor submitted by Rocket Twins LLC for the property generally located at 2614 West 48th Street and 4743 South Tallman Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Commissioner Escareno, do I have a second?
Let's hold a second.
Perfect, thank you. Roll call vote. See who's left. Commissioner Barkley?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe that is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6, right? Yes, motion passes. Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item D3, a proposed plan development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC, an Illinois limited liability company for a property generally located at 1701-1725 West 61st Street, 6100-6158 South Paulina Street, 1700-1724 West 62nd Street, 6101-6159 South Hermitage Avenue. The applicant seeks a change in zoning from RS3 to RT-3.5 and then to a plan development. The subject property is currently vacant and shuttered. The applicant proposes to redevelop the existing former Charles Warrington Earl School site into 2 sub-areas. Sub-area A will consist of the adaptive reuse of the existing building with 50 dwelling units and 50 parking spaces. The building height is in sub-area A will not exceed the existing building heights. Sub-area B will be developed in the future with up to 25 dwelling units. The proposed FAR is 0.75. This is application number 20374, and this is in the 15th ward. Patrick will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the members of the commission. For the record, my name is Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. The proposed development is located in the West Englewood community area and in the 15th ward. A proposed plan development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC for CPS property located at 1701-1725 West 61st Street, 6100-6158 South Paulina Street, 1700-1724 West 62nd Street, and 6101-6159 South Hermitage. We will be referring to this location by its common address of 6121 South Hermitage for the remainder of the presentation. 6121 South Hermitage seeks a change in zoning from RS3 residential single unit to RT 3.5 residential 2 flat townhouse and multi-unit district to plan development. The subject property was closed by CPS in 2013 and is currently vacant. The applicant proposes to redevelop the former Charles Warrington Earl School site in 2 sub-areas. Sub-area A will consist of the adaptive reuse of the existing buildings with 50 dwelling units and 50 parking spaces. The building heights in sub-area A will not exceed the existing building heights that are current. Sub-area B will be developed in the future with up to 25 dwelling units. The proposed FAR is 0.75. The applicant is here today with their team for the purposes of establishing this plan development. The subject site is located in the Southeast Planning Region in the West Englewood community area. The community has a population of 24,000 residents with roughly 10,000 households. And the average size of households in this community are 2.5, which is 29.4% of the overall population being 19 and under. The Green Line once had multiple stops along the 63rd Street corridor, which speaks to its past vibrancy. After years of disinvestment, Englewood has seen the slow pace of development in the past 5 to 10 years accelerated by the city's implementation of the Invest Southwest initiative. Launched in 2019, Invest Southwest is a program that focuses on an economic development strategy in commercial corridors that drives investment into historically underinvested communities. Under this initiative, the department has fostered continued development in the community at the Englewood Shopping Center, where we have seen a series of developments such as the Englewood Connect co-working space and food incubator project that features the restoration of the historic firehouse. Englewood Thrive, which was passed by the Plan Commission last July, is a two-phase development that will bring new construction of 62 rental units and commercial spaces. The Regenerator, which was passed by this body in June of this year, will adaptively reuse the former Wood School and bring 48 units and healthcare services to the community. Go Green on Racine, a neighborhood grocery store that makes healthy eating accessible for area residents, as well as addressing a role in healing the community through creative placemaking. Finally, Englewood Trail, which is a 1.5 mile elevated trail that runs along an abandoned city-owned embankment along 59th Street that brings together Englewood and West Englewood. These projects and many others add to a number of planned housing, retail, commercial infrastructure, and cultural developments, not only along the 63rd Street corridor, but in and around the entire community area. I also must note that all of these investments are in alignment with area plans that call for increasing residential units, improving retail conditions, creating jobs, and revitalizing underutilized real estate properties. These efforts are shaped by public policy, inspired by community, driven by collaboration between our city partners at DCASE, CDOT, DOH, CPS, DPD, the City Zoning Bureau, and dedicated funding resources, and finally also supported strongly by our local elected aldermen. The site is situated 2 blocks west of the Ashland corridor and just north of 63rd Street, and in, as I stated earlier, very close proximity to very active transportation, such as the Green Line and the CTA 9 bus route along the Ashland corridor. To further illustrate how the development fits into the existing context, but for the commercial zoning along the Ashland and 63rd Street corridors, nearly all the land uses in the surrounding vicinity of the project site are primarily residential. The proposed application to create residential housing is consistent with the dominant zoning, which is RS3. It is suitable for the area and meets the context of the area of this community. Lastly, the applicant proposes to rezone an approximately 157,946 square foot site, that's the net area, in 2 sub areas that calls for an adaptive reuse and redevelop all of the existing buildings on the former Earl School campus, all but one of the existing buildings. Construction will include 50 units, as said before, and 50 parking spaces in sub-area A. Sub-area B will be developed in the future with up to 25 dwelling units, and the maximum building height will not exceed the existing height of 165 feet, 10 inches. In preparing for the development to be presented to the Plan Commission, the applicant and the Department of Planning and Housing met multiple times after filing the original application in March of 2020 with the city. Subsequently, the development team has met with and obtained the support of Alderman Raymond Lopez, who's not here, but we have a letter of support on file, dated July 31st, 2023. As part of their engagement efforts, the applicant is also committed to meeting the city's diversity goals. This project has been submitted as a mandatory plan development pursuant to section 17-8-0513A of the Chicago zoning ordinance, which states that plan development review and approval for any residential development that meets or exceeds the number of residential units proposed as part of this development. There are multiple sub areas contemplated in this application. And finally, this project represents a $30.7 million investment in this community. At this point, I'd like to turn over the presentation to attorney Mr. Steve Friedland, representing the client, who will introduce the team and go into more details on the proposal.
Thank you, Patrick. For the record, my name is Steve Friedland, an attorney with Applegate and Thorne Thompson here in Chicago. This is a project that's being undertaken by Gorman and Company in connection with a partnership with Phoenix Recovery Services. Today, here from Gorman is Ron Kluwer, and with Phoenix Recovery is Sherry Allen Reeves. We also have with us our architect from Gorman, Dan O'Meara, And our local architect of record for the project is Dion Lucas with Beehive. Just one really quick thing to mention as Patrick was talking about the fact that we're in two sub areas. Sub area A is the rehabilitation of the existing Earl School buildings. There will be one building that was built in 1974 that's going to be demolished as part of this. The original buildings from the turn of the century, well, the last turn of the century, 1900 or so, are part of the redevelopment. The second phase, or the sub-area B property, will be townhomes. I think Patrick said height will not exceed 100 some feet. That's the sub-area A project. The sub-area B is limited to 30 feet in height, just so we're clear about that. I'm going to go through, there's a number of slides that show the site context from different angles. But once again, this is the zoning map. And as Patrick said, the area is basically residential. So we think we're fully compliant with the underlying zoning. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dion and let him talk about the robust community process that was undertaken.
Thanks, Steve. I think robust is an understatement. So if any of you are familiar with Inglewood, and my name's Dion Lucas, by the way, I'm an architect with Beehive. Community engagement in the city of Chicago, let alone a community like Inglewood, starts very, very early and soon. And what I was delighted to learn when I met Ron and their team in 2019 was that they were very serious about the engagement process, so much so that they championed our firm. And then we brought in local stewards to lead that process. So it was one that was very in-depth and involved and led through the community, by the community, with Gorman sort of as a partner in that engagement. And all of that work, all of that communications with all of those organizations over the last few years have led to a very deep partnership with Gorman in the community of Inglewood, so much so that we have 2 working projects in partnership with some of those organizations and institutions, and this one with Gorman running now. We've spent, I would say, the last 3.5 years thus far working on that engagement process, continually meeting with them, now so much so weekly on other projects. And I think it's a very fluid and organic engagement process. And it's been a joy to really be on this team. And so I just want to thank them all for being present and giving us the opportunity to work in hand with them.
You're going to take this one. So now Ron will take us through the development slides. Ron Kluwer.
As you heard, my name is Ron Kluwer. I'm Illinois Market President for Gorman and Company. It's an honor to work on this project. I inherited it from one of my predecessors. We've had this building under contract since 2017. It's been a long and slow process, and it's going to sound like it's going to be a speedy and accelerated process over the coming months because we need it to be. It took a long time to get the low-income housing tax credits lined up on this, but we do have to close by December 31st because of the CPS procurement on the school, and they're requiring we be done by the end of the year. So as you heard, the project is divided into 2 sub areas. We have the existing school. That existing school actually was constructed 2 components, 1897, 1901. There was a 1971 edition, 1974 edition, all of which you see on the site. The treed and grass area to the south is that sub area B that we're talking about. Sub area B will remain as it is during the construction and operation of sub area A. We'll continue to mow it, trim the trees, do all the things as if it's part of the project, and eventually bring forward sub area B. This is the existing school, is a historic adaptive reuse. We are using state and federal historic tax credits. We are fully compliant with the historic standards requirements, and we do have our Part 2 approval by the National Park Service. As you can see, it's a beautiful school. The tile work on the front, which hopefully, it's hard to see on here, will remain, as will the entry facade and all the surrounding facades. The brickwork won't change. We're just cleaning the exterior of the building and securing the envelope, including new windows. The rear of the building, And then, interestingly enough, the school is old enough. This is the boys' entrance, and on the other side is the girls' entrance. We won't operate it that way going forward, but that's how it was operated back in the day. Here you'll see the existing playground and parking lot. That building behind the playground is the building we propose to remove. As you can see, it is not attractive. It is not contributing to the historic nature of this project. And while we had previously had it in our redevelopment strategy, current economic conditions, interest rates, construction costs, et cetera, really put this project over the edge. So we had to rework the underlying project. Went from 63 units to 50 units. So you may have seen it as 63 in the past. It is indeed 50 units, of which 30 are single one-bedroom units, 20 are two-bedroom units. This is the context of the new project with the 1971 building out as an aerial. Same here. Pedestrian context, just, not going to go through these. I understand you have a limited time in which you have a quorum. So if there are other questions, we will definitely answer them. But we just want to show you that it does fit within the existing context because it is an existing building. Our timeline here, when we originally filed for our PUD and now working to get to our permit set here this month. So we're excited about this project. Dion had mentioned the engagement. I do want to mention it. We do engagement different. That engagement included time at the Lindblom School with residents and kids. If you all know Aisha Butler from the Resident Association of Inglewood, she did not tell me when we showed up that the instructor there in that class at Lindblom was a former Globetrotter, and he opens his class with push-ups. I handled all the push-ups, and then we closed the class with push-ups. I handled all the push-ups. We'll do what is necessary to be meaningfully engaged with the community, and we believe that we have been. This shows the sub area or the entire project with the existing buildings. This is what we intended to look like on sub area A with the removal of the 71 and the new playground, new exterior amenities, pushed up tighter to the building, what was the courtyard and part of the 1971 building. So folks are able to, to use the exterior amenities, which will also benefit sub area B when we eventually build. This is sub area B. This is an example. I want to be very clear. We have not gone through the full public process on this, and we want to work closely with Alderman Lopez. He's seen this, he's aware of it. But we do need to do the public engagement, make sure that we're engaging all partners, and the ultimate design will be driven by that engagement. We just want to show what's possible. Floor plans on the project here. Again, 1 and 2 bedroom units. We are preserving a good part of the gym for common space, and we'll cover those common area amenities in a moment. But this is just here to show you the elevations, existing brick, existing stone, new windows, keep the historic nature of the building through our NPS arrangement. This gives you an example of what all the materials are. Same here. On the 1974 building that we're keeping, because this was cafeteria on the very east side, we are punching through a number of holes to put new windows in, and that is allowed with NPS because it's non-contributing historic. Elevations that show the cross sections of the building, the open space and landscape plan, rendering of that landscape plan. And then here shows the multiple interior amenities, including the sports court inside in that gym area, mail package area, computer lab, management and services offices where Sherry and her team will be. And our management team will be. We do manage all of our own property because we want to make sure if we're guaranteeing its operations, we're able to guarantee its operations. Also 1 and 2 bedroom unit, the community room, fitness room, laundry room, bike storage. And then I believe from the sustainability, Steve was going to take it from here.
Yeah. Thank you, Ron. So the project will meet the 50-point requirement for the rehabilitation of the existing buildings. We have met with stormwater management and satisfied the requirements with respect to the project. As noted, this is 100% affordable development. The chart that you're seeing here gives you a sense of the different levels of area median income that will be in the project, the first 50 units, anywhere from 30%, or actually from 15% all the way up to 60% AMI. And as Ron mentioned, 30 one-bedroom units and 22 bedroom units. This slide speaks to what we believe to be the significant public benefits from the project. As I mentioned, Gorman's partner on the development is the Phoenix Foundation that does services for residents, and those wraparound services will be included in the project, which will be very important for the success of the residents. There will be significant construction jobs created for the development, and several, at least 20 permanent jobs included once the project is moving forward. And obviously, there's a significant amount of investment in redeveloping this site. With that, I will turn it back to Patrick.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning of the subject property is appropriate under Chapter 17-13 of the ordinance. Specifically, the proposed plan development zoning classification or the project is appropriate because of growth and development trends compatible with surrounding zoning districts. The project meets the purpose and criteria set forth in Chapter 17-8 of the zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Finally, also the proposed application promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. Lastly, the copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no other comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. We're here to answer any questions, and that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff or the applicant? No? Commissioner Laspata?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the project. It is great to see schools. I imagine that this was from the list that was closed in 2013.
Correct.
Great to see it brought back online for the community. Great to see 100% affordable housing. You put up the numbers earlier in the presentation that showed what that need is. I mean, when you hear a median income of about 22,000, that's a dramatic concern, and being able to layer in the subsidies that can make those units affordable for those residents is really meaningful. I'm just 2 points of curiosity. Is the Phoenix Foundation going to be able to provide services on site? Do they have offices? We talked about this as permanent supportive housing. What does the services side of this look like?
For the record, my name is Sherry Allen Reeves. So as the executive director of Phoenix Foundation, nonprofit organization, and someone who has been in supportive housing services for over 30 years, I'm committed that we will have services on site. And those services will look like regular supportive housing services where you help people increase their income and skills and things of that nature. But also, because our mission is to end generational homelessness, putting components in place to have people think about their life differently. Right? Oftentimes people get stuck in a place where they don't believe things are possible any longer. And so we want to encourage them to really develop like a possibility plan.
Mhm.
What do you want to do, be, or have in a 10-year period from now, 5 years from now? And that could be home ownership, looking at how do you go from that place to being a homeowner? What about entrepreneurship? How do you do that, right? What do you need to do, be, or have to make that happen? And putting those components in place right there on site where we have people coming in, teaching financial literacy. We have individuals coming in, teaching what you need to do to become a homeowner. So those things are important because what I have noticed is that when we do homeless services, we often see the next generation of that family coming in for services again with their children, and they're also experiencing homelessness. And that has to end. And this is a way that we can do that, supporting them and be able to see something more possible in the future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reeves. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My only other question on the,
If I
oh, I'm
just add
sorry.
to it. Thank you, Sherry, for the explanation. It's wonderful. We're in the process just tweaking the inside a little bit. In fact, we have a meeting this afternoon with Marcus on architectural. But we have up in the very top, the darker blue. We have social services offices as well as meeting room, and then property management offices as well as meeting room. They're intentionally separate because we want to make sure that residents have the privacy to address any social needs they have. And so, yes, the services are there on site, but so too is the space for them.
Got it. Much appreciated. If I could ask just one planning related question. I believe you said earlier that the FAR for this project is 0.75. Did I hear that accurately?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Feels like a remarkably low FAR for a planned development. Is that the FAR for a particular sub areas? It's spread over the two. Could you bring some context to that?
It's the proposed FAR for sub-area 1, sub-area A, excuse me.
Really?
Sub-area B.
Just to give you the numbers, that is for the overall plan development, and it's a full city block.
Yes.
So, sub area B, when it's developed, what we've reserved is only a 0.4 FAR because it's sub area B is quite large, and we're talking about doing 25 units. For sub area A, the FAR is a 1, so it's a little bit higher. But for the total plan development, because it's a large, it's a 3.6 acre block. So it just so happens that the FAR number is quite low.
Okay, it was striking. I see Noah's hand. Noah?
Just to clarify, Commissioner, the zoning ordinance has various triggers. This particular trigger is the number of units in this zoning designation that makes it a mandatory plan development.
Got it. Appreciated. Thank you, sir.
And if I could add to that, the reason we aren't pushing for high density is if we look at the building in the context of the surrounding neighborhood, there are several vacant lots around us. So part of the sub-area B redevelopment is we've inventoried those lots. There's also 2 vacant units, and we have calls into the land bank to include the redevelopment of those as part of our sub-area B. So we don't need the density. What we want to do is stabilize the area.
Got it. Appreciated, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Haran?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I want to commend the development team in including permanent supportive housing units. I didn't catch the exact number, but I do know that in our 2023 qualified allocation plan, that's a new requirement, but that was not when you came in 2021 with this project. So I really commend you for providing those very well needed oversubscribed or underprovided and oversubscribed units. So thank you, appreciate that. And if you can just let me know what number of the 50 are PSH units.
It's all 50, Commissioner Horan.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Nope. I know we have a letter of support from Alderman Lopez on this item. If there are no more comments, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed plan development submitted by Gorman and Company LLC, an Illinois limited liability company for a property located at 1701-1725 West 61st Street, 6100-6158 South Paulina Street, 1700-1724 West 62nd Street, 6101 6159 South Hermitage Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Commissioner Harat, and do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Laspan.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner La Spata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
You have informed for the next?
We are. Just, yeah, by one. So we have 7 right now.
In the next person.
The next item on the agenda is item D4. A proposed residential plan development submitted by the applicant TRP 2136 Ashland LLC for the property generally located or generally known as 2134-2146 South Ashland Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from a M1-1 to a B2-3 and then to a new residential business plan development. This will allow for the construction of an 8-story multifamily residential building with 98 housing units and 20 parking spaces. This is application number 22090, and this is in the 27th Ward. Brian Hacker will provide the context overview and present the proposal. Thank you. You're back.
I'd like to be recorded as voting yes on the 2 prior items.
Great. Commissioner Ramirez Rosa is a yes for the last 2 items.
You don't have a driver license yet, but I have to run and get it. We'll skip the next. We're gonna call the next item first and go ahead and pick up. We're gonna call 3.
We have a small change. We're gonna go again out of order. We're gonna go on to item D5 and then go back to this one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is item D5, a proposed residential business plan development and industrial corridor map amendment within the Kinsey Industrial Corridor submitted by Chicago 1413 Carpenter LLC for the property generally located at 370, 400 and 401 North Morgan Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from DS5 C1-5, M2-3 to DX7. Then to a residential business plan development to permit the construction of a multi-building plan development consisting of up to 1,450 overall dwelling units within 3 sub-areas. Sub-area A is a proposed 478 building with up to 478 units and 192 parking spaces. Sub-area B is a proposed 475-foot building with up to 480 units and will be either commercial or residential and subject to future site plan approval. And sub-area C is a proposed 410-foot building with up to 492 units and 225 parking spaces. Ground floor, commercial, retail, and accessory incidental uses will be provided. A 4.2 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR will be 11.2. This is application number 22065, and this is in the 27th Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from DS-5, C1-5, and M2-3 to DX-7, and then to a residential business plan development to permit the construction of a multi-building plan development consisting up to 1,450 dwelling units within 3 subareas. Subarea A is proposed to be a 478-foot building with up to 478 units and 192 parking spaces. Subarea B is proposed to be a 475-foot building with up to 480 units and will be either commercial or residential and will be subject to future site plan approval. And Subarea C is a proposed 410-foot tall building with up to 492 units and 225 parking spaces. The subject site is located in the Westtown community area. Over 46% of the population are two-person households. The median household income is over $98,000. The site includes 3 parcels located at 370 North Morgan Street, 400 North Morgan Street, and 401 North Morgan Street. The site is bounded by train tracks to the north, North Sangamon Street to the east, train tracks to the south, North Carpenter Street to the west, and is bisected by North Morgan and West Kinsey Streets. 370 North Morgan currently contains a 1-story industrial building and a surface parking lot. The 400 North Morgan site consists of a 1-story commercial building, a 2-story commercial building, and a surface parking lot. The site also contains a building identified as a character building in the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan that is located at 413 North Carpenter Street that will be partially retained as part of this proposal. The 401 North Morgan site contains a 1 to 4-story commercial building, including an event center and surface parking. The next 2 slides include existing site photos. These images are along Morgan Street. And these images are along Kinsey Street. And here are the images of the character building that will be partially retained as part of this proposal. The site is located in a transit-served location and is less than 1,000 feet from the CTA's green and pink line Morgan Station and a block south of the CTA's number 65 Grand bus stop. The site is located within the Kinsey Industrial Corridor and within the Kinsey Industrial Corridor overlay, and therefore also requires an industrial corridor map amendment because the applicant is proposing to rezone a portion of the site that is M zone to DX-7 and then to a planned development. The Kinsey Industrial Corridor is a key industrial district within the city. While the eastern portion of the corridor, where this proposal is located, has seen an influx of commercial and residential development, the western portion has maintained a healthy mix of commercial and industrial sites. The surrounding districts in the immediate area are M2-3, C2-2, and Planned Development 1561. The surrounding land uses in the area include industrial, commercial, residential, and institutional. This slide shows the proposed buildings in red in context of proposed, approved, and under construction and completed buildings in Fulton Market. And here is an aerial view of the proposed buildings from the northwest. The proposal is subject to the West Loop Design Guidelines adopted in 2017. The document provides guidelines for tall building design, such as providing height transitions and ground floor activation, and encourages the development of high-quality open spaces. The proposal is also subject to the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan, which was adopted in 2014 and updated in 2021. The plan's goals include promoting mixed use and mixed income developments and improving access for all transportation modes. Now I would turn the presentation over to Katie Jenkins Dale, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Katie Jenkins Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent the applicant for this matter, which is an SP created by Vista Property Group out of New York City. I'm joined today by Jim Prendergast, Michael Townsend, and Sean Gorman from Gensler, the project architects, as well as Louis Buna from the KLOA and Art Glatt from the applicant. As we typically do in this area, we engaged in a robust community process. This included meetings with neighbors of River West, neighbors of West Loop, West Central Association. We also convened a joint meeting with city departments and Bennett Day School, which is very close by, to make sure that any operational issues with Bennett were addressed prior to a community-wide meeting that we co-hosted with WCA, Neighbors of River West, and Alderman Burnett in June of this year. That, coupled with a robust engagement with DPD, resulted in a number of project design changes and enhancements, which Jim is now going to go through as he describes the project plans. Jim?
Thank you, Katie. For the record, my name is Jim Prendergast. I'm with Gensler, design principal with the firm. So thank you, Commissioner, for taking time to see our presentation today. So the site, as you can see, is 3 parcels, 370 in the lower, oops, did I not advance? There we are, sorry. 370 in the lower left, 400 in the upper left, and 401 in the upper right. First, I want to walk through the 400 site. We've done a great deal of effort to try and make sure that we include or address the idea of an environmentally and pedestrian-friendly experience along these 3 parcels. And one of those key elements is we pushed our lone curb cut to the very top of the plan to the north, where we're combining our loading dock and parking entrance into a single cut, so we don't chop up the overall experience. And leaving a nice, beautiful long kind of open expanse along Morgan to the left and, of course, Kinsey to the south. The parcel is basically created with retail in the resting in the corner of Morgan and Kinsey, and the entrance to the residential residences is on the north end of the site there in yellow. The character building in the upper left is going to be retained. We will probably reconfigure portions of the back of the building to integrate with some of our functions for back of house support of the overall complex. Parking plan is a very clean, efficient, rectangular form, which gives us the ability to orient the building in a north-south orientation, which I'll point out in a moment. So the units are basically arranged in a kind of S shape. So we do that to help minimize the overall profile of the building and to allow for different portions of the building to have different profiles as they rise to the overall composition. You see here also the orange units on the sides are actually considered to be townhome units. That's a unique combination for this type of a neighborhood, combined with other various unit sizes. We then have an amenity environment of our 8th floor before the building takes on a smaller shape as it continues to rise. Culminating with our typical floor units from floors 9 to 929. And then a smaller kind of tower component at the very end of the building, at the very top floor, on the 30th floor. Thinking now across the street down to 370 building. That's our east-west oriented building. The site is no different configuration. And here again, we have the railroad tracks to our south, Kinsey to our north, Morgan to our east, and Carpenter to our west. So we've done here is we pulled the building back, and you'll see it in a moment in some more detail, from the Kinsey side of the building to create a wider perception of the Kinsey corridor. It's a very narrow street. We wanted our development to actually enhance a broader appreciation of that urban space without compressing it with our development. The entrance to the lobby to the complex or the building is the northeast corner of the site, within retail flanking our back of house areas on either side. A very simple, clean, rectangular floor plan for our 2 floors of parking, 3 floors of parking, including an enclosed all-weather small dog run area as an attribute for the tenants. As we step up the building, then we have the tower starts to build from the top of the podium, where we have a lot of green space and some extra terrace spaces for the units in the lower left-hand corner of the plan, along with a shared amenity environment. Then we have another version of the S, but on its side, as the units continue to grow up the overall composition of the building, including then our amenity level, where the building actually then staggers a bit, so it'll allow a little taller portion to be at the amenity component in the southwest corner of the plan, and the tower and units above that. So overall orientation of the building from an elevation point of view, this is 400 North Morgan, the site to the north of the complex. The south elevation is to your left, that's facing Kinsey. The east elevation is that facing Morgan. You can see our kind of podium of brick that encloses the parking spaces and some of our townhomes, but that before the balance of the residential units are rise above. Here you see the elevations to the north. We're very careful about this and stepping the building down as it reaches the north towards our residential neighbors across the north to us, across over to Hubbard. That was very purposeful and in coordination with DPD input as we went to develop the scheme, and including the west elevation as well. The character building is in the lower left-hand corner of that elevation on the right, but you can see that the architecture is consistent all the way around, all views, all corners, all light, all sides of the building. Shifting then to 370. Again, the orientation is more of an east-west orientation. So on the east elevation is a thinner portion of the building. You can see a staggered kind of composition of the building of the tower as it reaches up. And then the north elevation on the right-hand side, which is facing onto Kinsey. The overall program massing is in this diagram. You can see how we've consistently labeled our lobby and retail on the first floor to animate the street level experience. Multiple levels of parking. Again, we added a level of parking to each scheme per community input. And then our residential units are different configurations as the overall building composition rises. So a series of images about where we are and where we're going. This is a view looking at the corner of Kinsey and Morgan, looking northwest. So you see what the existing condition is over on the left. It's a hornet's nest of utility lines, narrow streets, and not really any real functional happening or any pedestrian experience underway. We plan to transform that with the design of this overall complex. You see here then the 400 North Morgan building on the right. Larger view of same is here. You'll see that the building we've even staggered the parking block to minimize its impact. And that step back you see there also gives us our green space along the site. There'll be a generous amount of public planting and open space and light facing to the east. And we're actually looking at some the developer commissioned artwork on the corner to add a level of communal art experience to the overall space. You can see those townhomes sitting on top of the parking block in this image. We also have, as we look into coming into the building off of Morgan, a way to draw people into the building. We call it the catcher's mitt kind of mentality. We want to draw people off the street and into the building. So the leasing office will be on the right and the actual retailer then will be on the left, facing our green space along Morgan. Here we go. So here we are looking a little further south. We're standing further south, still looking north on Morgan. You can see 370 Morgan is on the left-hand side with that Fox Deluxe. That's our site for 370. And you see the low one-story complex or buildings on the north where 400 will go. You can see how the two buildings have a similar but connected kind of vocabulary in the overall architecture. Here we are looking, in this view, we are looking west on Kinsey. You can see how narrow the street is, especially with the utility poles on the left-hand side there. The whole goal of our design was to set our buildings further apart from each other along Kinsey to give ourselves a much more comfortable pedestrian experience going through the space and allow more light to come down to the street level. Here's a closer view of that same perspective. You can see them looking to the Fulton Labs building in the distance across the way, and then our pedestrian experience highlighted in the event. Here we have just turned ourselves around and looking east along Kinsey. And here you can see again that tightness we have in the overall arrangement. Still one-way traffic with street parking along the northern side of Kinsey. But our design really will make that experience, the pedestrian point of view, much more welcoming and much more open to light and activity. Both sides of Kinsey will be lined with retail opportunities. Here we go. So here we are across at 401, future part of the development, looking at our 370 building. Here you see then the 3 floors of parking, lobby of the entrance to the building is in the foreground, and then the rising apartment block above. Okay, went too far. These are some details. Working closely with DPD, they asked us to articulate more clearly what the intention was from a materiality point of view. Our sense is that this part of the neighborhood, brick is a very common and very prolific material used, especially at the 4 to 5 story level elevation around the neighborhood. We want to maintain that kind of connection. So here on our enclosure around the parking block, you'll see we have retail, we have a brick facade pushed in a little bit from our brick piers. And then we have kind of knee wall crash barriers behind the glass to block views of parking and cars' headlights. So all you'll see is the lighting of the actual lighting inside that we intend inside the garage, not the lights of the cars. You see that kind of L-shaped kind of shape inside there, and as well as some definition of brick detailing, changing the surface planes as they go forward. As we rise in the tower, and you'll see this in a minute in some of the elevations, One of the things that our client asked us was, how will this differentiate this development from others coming on the Fulton market? So we've looked at it as an architecture, then it really expresses the idea of lightness and airiness. So the expression of the building has, you'll see these white metal features, this kind of lacy tracery grid on the outside of the building to give a vertical feel to the building, but also make it feel lighter. And in contrast to the heavier, darker gray, black buildings are predominant in new developments in the city, in this part of the city. So here you see the kind of standard facade of the units, the apartment units. And this is as we get close to the top of the building, we took that tracery, we've actually used it as an urban frame. So we actually, on the amenity spaces, these huge kind of big frames will give you a kind of curated view of the city as you look around from the top of the building. The same set of drawings for the 370 building, different kind of program, not repeating literally what's happened in 400. We have then a similar brick kind of a fenestration condition, similar idea of the way we're blocking the lights on the cars. But here, the same tracery is used, but it's a thicker massing. So this building will feel a little more grounded, whereas the 400 building will feel lighter off its podium. It was a direction from DPD that while the podiums are similar, that the towers should also not be directly the same and should be somewhat dissimilar from each other, but still connected visually. And again, similar condition at the top of the building with these kind of urban frames as the tracery flies free of the actual building itself, becomes an outside frame to urban frame to the world. So zoning ordinances where we went through a series of conditions with our traffic planning. We've addressed all the issues brought up in through the traffic plan studies and coordinate closely with CDOT on all those responses. Oops, I think I skipped this slide. Wait for it to catch up. Oops, I'm advancing. Yes, so we've conducted an extensive traffic study and with coordinating with CDOT and DPD, all those recommendations have been synthesized into our application and approved. So here again, you see site plan development of where our green spaces are and how we're organizing our curb cuts. Again, we're minimizing curb cuts. We have no curb cuts on Kinsey because it's just a narrow street. We've worked purposely to move them away from those areas to keep congestion down and allow free flow through the overall space. Materiality, I mentioned the brick a moment ago. So the notion is that the brick is our predominant feature urbanistically to the lower pedestrian accessible levels of the building. And the other levels go much more to a metal and glass configuration, floor to ceiling windows, maximize the light and the quality of experience of our apartment tenants. We are currently targeting LEED Silver as our sustainability goal, while still meeting all the other environmental standards put forward in the new energy codes, which are applied to this development. We have also worked through a series of guidelines for the planning guidance for the 401 site. While we're more specific in our application for 370, 400, 401 is envisioned as a future development. And we've worked through with DPD all of the conditions of our design guidelines, and they have been integrated into our application.
Again, for the record, Katie Jinkydale, we've met with the stormwater department and will comply with the stormwater ordinance. The project is subject to the ARO and the applicant will be providing all 20% on site. The unit mixes for the first phase, 400 and 370 are shown on the screen, and each building will have just shy of 100 units of affordable housing. Those will be at a weighted average of 60% of AMI. And similar to what was discussed earlier, of those units, 1/3 will be at or below 50%, and of that 1/3, 1/6 will be at or below 40%. And those numbers are for the overall unit count throughout the plan development. This project also comes with extensive economic and community benefits. Jim detailed all the streetscape improvements that we're doing. And all the open space that we're providing, over 32,000 square feet, will create significant permanent and temporary jobs. And I noticed that we missed on this slide some of the contributions that come with this project as well. There will be just shy of 13 million in neighborhood opportunity bonus payments across all 3 sites, a $1.6 million industrial conversion fee, and the applicant will be contributing $750,000 towards the corridor-wide railroad crossing enhancement project. With that, we're available for any questions, but appreciate your time and consideration. Turn it back.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal will not affect the continued industrial viability of the Kinsey Industrial Corridor. The proposed development is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. It complies with the West Loop design guidelines and is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns. It is designed to reinforce urban features in the surrounding area. It includes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project. It promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the planned development and in zoning map amendment in the Kinsey Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And we do have one speaker signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Adams.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. Wanted to say I'm in favor of this proposal. I had a chance to go to the neighborhood meeting. I think it was on June 12th on a Monday for this presentation. And from the people in the room and feedback and from those on Zoom, there really was no negative pushback on this particular project. I brought this project up last month in July at Plan Commission when you had 470 North Morgan. And that's basically the fourth component to this corner right here. So with this project gonna have like 1,450 units, with that combined, you're gonna have like 1910. I mentioned last time that 2 years ago, when you had the Fulton Market Innovation Corridor, that if there's no really working together, you're not gonna have really any park space. You're gonna have some green space here and there. You're not gonna have any real park space. And at the meeting on the 12th, I did mention that I would love to see 2 buildings instead of 3 here. Yeah, sure, keep the density, go taller. This is a city that created tall buildings. I don't think we should be scared of them. Yes, I know some of the neighborhoods to the north across the metro tracks may be a little bit contentious about this, but that being said, they want green space and park space as well. So I think they would be willing to trade one off of the other. So that's my thing, is I have no problem with this project, the density at all, but I would rather see 2 buildings instead of 3 with the same amount of density and have one of those parcels as a park space. That also being said, I was looking back and listening to some of the presentations from the previous months. Alderman Burnett is talking about how things are moving westbound. This project is moving west. Things from last week are moving west. And I know that right now the city is working on basically the Central Area 2024 plan. The first project you all had today was about the Blackhawks in the West Loop. So with all this stuff happening in the West Loop and with this plan happening, I hope that the city is looking at expanding the central area to include IMD as well as the United Center area. But for this project per se, I am in favor, but I do hope that there's a deeper dive into how to get an actual park for Fulton Market, because everything over there is privately owned. The city owns no land. So to have a park, someone's gonna have to work together, maybe give some things up. I know, again, like some folks may be scared about tall buildings, but we invented them, so get over it.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Any comments or questions from the commissioners?
Well, I agree with Mr. Adams. I did have, and maybe this is more for planning, when I look, there was the map of the plan developments, what's currently approved, what's in process. Just seems like there's a really high density here. I think so, to Mr. Adams' point, more green, and actually, I think this project does a really good job of adding a lot of green elements, trees, and open space. But certainly just something to, that I'm very interested in the amount of density and the high rises and traffic congestion in this area. I travel it almost every day, and it is a real headache. So I think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful about that, and just in terms of how we as a city where are we actually looking to build. So just a couple of things. I did want to just make a positive comment around all the green space and continue to encourage, development. I think at the last commission meeting, we had a really beautiful development with a park that is inherent to the property. So I think this is really a great addition, not just to the building, but actually the residents. The other thing is I'm really impressed by the 20% affordability and affordable units in terms of continuing to be really thoughtful about that and building community that is a diverse in income. So this is great. Just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haran.
Great, thank you. To build on Commissioner Espinosa's comments. The 20% having on-site, again, thank you. That is, part of our housing choice for equitable choices for everybody as we build this new neighborhood out. So I do appreciate that, seeing that the 290 affordable units. I do have a question, again, also by the Morgan Stop. So we got the ETOD as well, which is great. So have a question though about your MBE, WBE efforts. I guess that those again are aspirational, but what to that end, has there been any plan or any efforts to secure any contracts with your general contractor or any commitments from community groups and such to meet those goals? And then also to the developer, have you had your discussion yet with the ARO team at DOH about the additional 10%? This property is located in the Fulton Market Innovation District, so there is that boost for an extra 10%. I believe there are financial incentives that are available to the development as well. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions, Katie Jinkydale. I'll go in reverse order. We have submitted the intake information to DOH to have the meeting about the additional 10%. We haven't heard back from them yet to schedule that, but we also have the language in the PD statement about the continued collaboration with them prior to building permit. Around the MNWB, we have already started discussions with Alderman Burnett about local hiring and minority hiring. We haven't selected a general contractor yet, but that's very much top of mind. And we did send out the letters to all of the DPS assist agencies prior to today's hearing, letting them know about the project and opportunities for minority and women businesses.
Any other questions or comments? Nope. Alderman Burnett is not here, but we do have a letter of support on file from him. So if there are no comments or questions, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno, do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Actually, let me read the whole description first. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development and an industrial corridor map amendment within the Quincy Industrial Corridor submitted by Chicago 413 Carpenter LLC for the property generally located at 370, 400, and 401 North Morgan Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Escareno.
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Piñeiro. Roll call vote. Commissioner Escareno.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. Commissioner Haran? Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, back to item D4. No. Do I have to read the description again? Okay. Okay. This is for. We're good? Okay. Back to D4, a proposed residential plan development submitted by the applicant TRP 2136 Ashland LLC for the property generally located as 2134 2146 South Ashland Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from a M1-1 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to a B2-3 Neighborhood Mixed Use District, and then to a new residential business plan development. This will allow for the construction of an 8-story multifamily residential building with 98 units of housing and 20 parking spaces. This is application number 22090. This is in the 25th Ward. Brian Hacker will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and members of the commission. Again, my name is Brian Hacker. I'm a planner with the Department of Planning and Development, and I'm here today to present this proposed residential business plan development known as Casa Yucatan, which is an affordable multifamily housing project. It's located at 2134 to 2146 South Ashland Avenue in the 25th Ward, and the applicant is the Resurrection Project, as stated. It just doesn't go, yeah. No problem earlier. The action being requested today is to rezone the project site from a M1-1 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to a B2-3 Neighborhood Mixed Use District, and then to a new residential business plan development. And this is to allow for development of an 8-story multifamily residential building with 98 units of affordable housing, along with ground floor amenity space and 20 parking spaces. This project is located in the Lower West Side community area, which mainly encompasses the Pilsen neighborhood. It's located at Ashland and Cermak Avenue or Cermak Road, roughly, and right in the center of the community area there. The Lower West Side community area has a population of roughly 34,000. This is a population that has declined in the past 2 census counts, as shown in the table above. You can also, if you look to the race and ethnicity demographic information to the right side, you'll see that although it's a predominantly Latino community, that population has declined in share in both the last 2 decades, and there's been a growth in the white population over that time. And this is a community that has a median income that's lower than the city of Chicago overall. I'm going to stop my portion of the presentation here and hand it off to the development team and Steve Friedland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Friedland with the law firm of Applegate and Thorne Thompson here on behalf of the Resurrection Project. Just to be clear, the applicant is 2136 Ashland LLC. That's owned 100% by the Resurrection Project, just so we're clear. With me today is the Chief Executive Officer from the Resurrection Project, Raul Raimondo, and our project architect from Design Bridge, Gabby Jakowitz. As many of you know, because you've probably seen projects from the Resurrection Project many times before, TRP has been in existence for over 30 years. It's been committed to its mission of creating community ownership, building community wealth, and serving as stewards of community assets in the Pilsen neighborhood and on the city's southwest side. It's developed hundreds of residential units. This is one of the many projects that TRP has been involved in. It's developed social service facilities, taken on educational projects, and it's really all with the goal of helping families improve their financial health. This slide here shows you the site and the location of the project. The project site is located on the west side of Ashland Avenue at approximately 2136 South Ashland. As you can see here, it's located directly across the street from Benito Juarez High School. You can see that the current zoning of the site is manufacturing. We are proposing to first rezone the project to a B23 designation and then to the planned development. It's not changing, is it? Again, the site context plan gives you an idea of where this is located. We're directly across from the high school in close proximity to a number of bus lines and train lines. The site does qualify as transit served. And it's also near a number of major community anchors and businesses, including the Pilsen Arts and Community House, the National Museum of Mexican Art, Thalia Hall, the Chicago Arts District. There we go. Again, quickly on the project summary, Brian went to explain this already, but this will be a 100% affordable multifamily residential building. It is a real mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units with a total of 98, 38 1-bedroom units, 34 2-bedroom units, and 26 3-bedroom units. There is first floor community room and amenity space for TRP's programming, 20 car parking, and significant open space at both the ground level and on a rooftop terrace. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Gabi to present the design.
Right. Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Gabriel Ignacio Jakevich, and I'm the president of Design Bridge, and I'm working on behalf of the Resurrection Project on this really exciting site opportunity. What I'm going to try to be succinct here, and touch on the high points. This slide is really an overview of kind of the massing and the site approach. So Ashland, our goal here is really to maximize the density and affordable housing that could be on this site in a way that's responsive to the context around us. So we locate the largest mass of the building along Ashland Avenue, where we have an 8-story portion, and sort of work our way down along 21st Place to kind of relate to the neighborhood scale. So in the second image, you're kind of seeing that the building is also kind of pushed back to give additional relief to 21st Place from the mass of the building, but also create green space. So the building's really designed to kind of create relief for this from the street and provide amenities for the residents in both this kind of courtyard as well as a rooftop amenity. And then moving into sort of the views, the existing in the upper right, and then the proposal on the lower left, looking southwest on Ashland. So you see the mass of the building along Ashland and you can kind of peek on the right side of the rendering to see the building kind of stepping down to 7 stories and then all the way down to 4 stories. This is a view of the courtyard looking south on 21st Place. You can see, I guess, to note on this image, on the ground level, this is the residential entrance sort of in the kind of left part of the image. And then you can see that the corner of the building that's kind of fronting Ashland is kind of all very, very transparent, glazed. A lot of the Resurrection Project's amenities and services will be located in this corner. And then on the right, you'll see it's all residential, and then the 4-story mass and the 8-story mass stepping. View looking northwest on Ashland. The project has incorporated a number of the planning goals from the Department of Planning, including the Pilsen Quality of Life Plan and the One Chicago Housing Strategies for a Thriving City. And then we have gone through, we originally met with DPD about a year ago, and have, the design has really gone through a thoughtful process with the Department of Planning and has really improved in a number of ways through that process, as well as the Resurrection Project has hosted a number of community meetings that have informed where we are today. And then this is just a quick snapshot of a little bit of evolution on the project with the plan on the right and massing on the right where we are today. And then ground floor site plan. The building is arranged with amenities facing and located along Ashland. So in the green, that's kind of those are the amenity areas. There's a health and wellness program that's going to be run out of the corner on Ashland, which has its own entrance, and then the residential entrance is located on the inside eastern portion of the courtyard, with some 3-bedroom units on this level, and then parking on the west end, which will connect to the existing public alley, which is currently a dead-end alley. Just another view of that ground floor. And then units, the typical floor from the first to the fourth floors, we try to locate all the 3 bedrooms on the first 1 through 5, and then start as we drop massing. There's no 3 bedrooms above level 5. And then this is the 5th floor. And then the 6th through the 7th floor, which is just 1s and 2s. And then the 8th floor, which has the amenity deck and a larger indoor amenity space as well. These are just the building elevations. The building is currently designed as a precast structure, precast walls and structure. The various elevations, building section to explain sort of the setbacks and how the amenities are organized around the residential. Building detail. We'll be really looking to refine various planar changes within the building using color, using textured panel to create visual interest along the facades. And then this is just a traffic transportation. So you'll see the connection to the existing public alley through our parking area. And then a landscape plan on the right there, showing our courtyard amenity, as well as, trying to locate some trees along Ashland, which I think is really important. And we worked with CDOT to make sure we could get those on there. And again, just kind of touching on the overall massing of the building. And all of our resident services are located on the back from the alley side, which is shown on the right image. And reiterating, really the emphasis on the public realm, on really bringing green space to the site. We're in an area where it really can be, it's really needed, as well as addressing the multiple scales through the massing. And another landscape plan. Again, sort of touching on this earlier, but looking at precast and trying to bring dimension to the facade through various different skins. We will be targeting LEED Gold for this project and meeting the sustainable development policy. We will comply with the stormwater management ordinance, and that brings back to Steve.
Thank you. As noted, this is 100% affordable development. There's 2 things I wanted to snooze. Well, I'll let you take care of it. It's 100% affordable, and there's 2 things that are important here. There's a real range of income levels that will be in the building. And as noted on this slide, 26 units are going to be at the 30% AMI level, and 10 units are going to be at the 15% AMI level. So we've really tried to target, all levels of income. The other thing to note is that the project will use income averaging. For those of you who are familiar with affordable housing, it's typically limited at 60% AMI. But if you average units such that the average is below 60%, you can do more than 60% units. So there are some 70% units in here. And I will just say that it was very interesting to note, we had a community meeting at TRP's facilities a few weeks back, and a woman stood up and said she loves TRP's developments, and she tried to get into one previously, but she was slightly over income. And I think that's really the basis of trying to do these income averaging so that you can get some people who just don't make the 60% AMI level. The other thing to note is that we believe there are significant public benefits to this project. This is a significant investment. The construction alone is going to be about $44 million. It's going to employ a lot of people, obviously brings in new families into this area, and certainly should be noted that the Resurrection Project, like it does on all of the projects it has ever done, it will meet and likely exceed the participation goals for MBEWB. With that, send it back to Brian.
Thank you, Steve and Kevin. So, again, Brian Hacker, Department of Planning and Development. It's DPD's recommendation to approve the zoning map amendment that would rezone 2134 to 2146 South Ashland to a B2-3 zoning district and establish a new residential business plan development for the following justifications that are based on the plan development section of the Chicago zoning ordinance, section 17-8. It encourages unified planning and development, promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods. It promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns. It reinforces desirable urban features found within the surrounding area, creates seamless or gradual transitions in bulk and scale when high-intensity development occurs in or near areas with a lower intensity character. So it is the DPD's recommendation that the application for a zoning map amendment for 2134 to 2146 South Ashland Avenue be approved and recommended for passage to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Additional details on the project are available in my staff report. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We do not have any speakers signed up to speak on this item. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions? Maybe?
Go ahead. No, go. No, you go. No.
Okay, so beautiful development. I was actually texting with our esteemed colleague, Alderman Sixto Lopez, who has nothing but wonderful things to say about the project as well. The fact that, like, I not need to know the secret sauce at some point that you've managed to do some 15% AMI units in this building. That is genuinely marvelous. My one question is, and I'm going to put on the hat that brings me to the Plan Commission, pedestrian and traffic safety. I appreciate the bike parking very much on site. Gentlemen, how and where does someone ride a bike to and from this development? Because like I know what Ashland is, I know what Cermak is. Are there lanes proximate to the development that are safe routes for your cycling residents?
Who's the cyclist?
For the record, Raul Raimundo, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Resurrection Project, proud resident of Pilsen. In fact, I went to Benito Juarez High School across the street. They are on Cermak, gets you east-west on Cermak Road, access to the different parks, if you will. Both Zapata Park, Harrison Park, or DeVore Park. Ashland, it doesn't have a bike lane yet, but I think that's something that needs to be developed. There's 3 bus routes: Blue Island, Ashland, and Cermak. And the Pink Line 18th Street stop is only 6 blocks away or less.
I appreciate it. I also didn't know what the truck traffic on Cermak can feel and look like, as well as like if I'll leave it at that. It's a CDOT matter, and hopefully we have a new commissioner with us shortly.
If I may, Cermak is also part of the Paseo, so there is actually a Paseo route that goes through Cermak up to the western part of the ward as well.
Brilliant, brilliant. I hate to press on what is, or otherwise from that, like genuinely a brilliant project, and thank you for bringing it to us today.
Commissioner Escareno?
I was again just going to comment again on the the affordability and the breakdown of the affordability. Important to this project, I think, is the number of units for families. I think that we do see single and, and double, but anything beyond that is really of huge benefit. In addition to that, I think all the green elements here important for families and recreation. There's one of the photos that actually shows, hopefully the use of how that green space is going to accommodate recreation for families. We know the pandemic had a real impact, so that outdoor green space related to family living is so critical. And then just the last comment, I do know that Harrison Park is nearby, but that the development for the Paseo is hopefully going to continue to benefit the green deficiency in this general area. So kudos on the project. And I don't have any questions, so thank you.
Yes. I just want to commend the design team on obviously the end product. I think it was very successful in all the massing development. So looking at how it's stepping down towards 21st Street and just the recess on that side, I think it's going to be a wonderful building to be around. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Yeah.
Again, Brian Hacker with EPD. In case it wasn't stated before, I just wanted to put it on the record that we do have a letter of support from Alderman Cicho Lopez on file, and his staff member Ruben Franco is in attendance at the meeting today as well, in case it was not stated before. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Brian. Well, with that, if there are no other comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by LP Holdings 375 LLC?
Move Ramirez Rosa.
Thank you.
Second, Alderman,
Just a minute.
I'm sorry.
Do I have the right? I've been switching back and forth and I'm getting confused. Is that the right address? No, I have 375 North Morgan. That's what I was about to read. Just, okay,
Sorry.
the first part, right? Yeah. Okay, do I have a motion on a proposed residential plan development submitted by the applicant TRP 2136 Ashland LLC for the property generally located at 2134-2146 South Ashland Avenue? Motion by
I think.
Commissioner Ramirez Rosa and second by
Commissioner
La
Laspada.
Spata. Thank you. Okay. Roll call. Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Flores is a yes. La Spata.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Thank you. Commissioner Haran.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Oh, goodness. Okay. We have 7. We have 7 right now. Because he came back and she's saying. Okay. Next item on the agenda is D7. A proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 878 submitted by the Chicago Board of Ed for the city of Chicago for the property generally located at 3729 West Leland Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone all of institutional plan development number 878 to B1-3, and then to institutional plan development number 878 as amended. The applicant proposes a new wall-mounted dynamic image display sign facing West Leland Avenue for the co-located Aspida Hagen Middle School and North River Elementary School. This is application 22203, and this is in the 33rd Ward. Louis Clayton will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Chicago Board of Education for the City of Chicago, and their team appear here today for the purposes of amending Institutional Plan Development 878 to install a wall-mounted dynamic image display sign facing West Leland Avenue for the co-located Aspera Hagen Middle School and North River Elementary School. This request has been submitted as a mandatory amendment to a plan development due to the resulting change in the character of the development. The subject site is located in the Albany Park community area in the 33rd Ward, which has a total population of 48,396. In Albany Park, 19% of the population is 19 or under in age, and the average household size is 3. Additionally, the median household income is $76,088 compared to $62,097 in the city of Chicago. At this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Scott Borstein with the applicant team to discuss the proposed PD amendment on the subsequent slides.
Thank you, Louis. Scott Borstein, partner at the law firm Neal and Leroy, here on behalf of the Board of Education. I want to first thank everybody for sticking around. I know it's late, so we will try to be quick. This is really kind of a technical amendment, but it's because of a use change. The sign that we're proposing to do was not originally allowed under our existing zoning because Leland Avenue is not a through street. So this is kind of a technical issue with CDOT. And in order to be able to do the sign, even though signs are permitted in the PD, the planning department said, you know, because of this through street restriction, we want you to come back to amend the PD to allow this use. So that's why we're before you today. There's no other changes to the school. All we are doing is installing the sign that you're going to see shortly. And I want to note that we have spoken pretty extensively with the alderman. I know she's not here, but you should have a letter from her in support of this. She did not only provide her support, but she did talk to other people on the street just to make sure that there wasn't going to be any concerns about the sign, the dynamic image portion being any kind of nuisance, and that there have been no objections at all to the sign. And I think it's going to actually be a good communications tool for the school and for the community. So with that, let's see. Does this go? No. Maybe I'm going to introduce Sarah Floyd, our project architect, who's going to run through the slides. And then we've got Evan Smith and Jamal Chambers from Chicago Public Schools here to answer any other questions.
Hello, everyone. As Scott mentioned, my name is Sarah Floyd, and I'm representing the AOR on the project Burke Architecture. I'm going to move through these slides relatively quickly in an effort of time for everyone. So our site, we have 2 schools in this building, Aspera Hagens and North River Middle School. In North River Elementary School. If you look at the existing conditions, our school is actually over to the right, and you see the residential buildings to the left. We also would like to point out all the landscape that you also see. Okay, that's lining the streets. So again, more photos of existing conditions. This is our zoning map. Again, we're not changing anything here. Schools there, parking lots there. Project timeline, CPS started in March, reaching out to the aldermen and such, and leading up to this meeting. We hope to have the project completed by the end of the year. Again, more imagery, well, a site map of our location. This is our signage. The yellow area is our new dynamic signage that will actually be facing the west. So it's actually not facing any of the residential buildings. Again, this is an image showing you the yellow areas where we plan on having the sign. It will have both schools' names on it. And the bottom portion will actually be the color LED portion, the message center. Again, here goes some more imagery of the proposed sign that we're trying to get put on the school. Community benefits, the Board of Education and school principals are in charge of safety. So this sign will help them be able to communicate safety issues along with any recreational or school messages, et cetera, that will benefit the students in the community. And I will pass it on over to.
Thank you. DPD has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for the site and supports the amendment for the following reasons. The project meets the purpose and relevant criteria set forth in Chapter 17-8 of the zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. And the proposal is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. Based on the foregoing is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Institutional Plan Development 878 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff? No? Pretty straightforward project. Do we have a statement or a letter on file from, okay, thank you. Then I will go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Institutional Plan Development number 878 submitted by the Chicago Board of Ed for the City of Chicago for the property generally located at 3729 West Leland Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Commissioner Laspada, so moved.
Laspada, motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Escareno. Roll call vote. Commissioner Escareno, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Laspada, can you
Yes.
confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Proxy from Commissioner Piñeiro. Thank you. And that was a yes. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item, D8. We have 3 left. We'll try to be as efficient as possible. The next item is a proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development number 139 submitted by BAI Century LLC for the property generally located at 2828 North Clark Street. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development number 139 to remove limitations on their ability to seek liquor licenses for the property. No physical changes or new land uses are proposed. This is application number 22113, and this is in the 44th Ward. Danielle will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Kreider with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposal is located at 2828 North Clark Street and is located within the Lakeview community area within the 44th Ward. The applicant, BAI Century LLC, and their land use attorney appear here today for the purpose of amending an existing residential business plan development on the site. Lakeview is an urban transit-served neighborhood in the north region of Chicago. On average, it is younger and less diverse than the city as a whole. The project site is located on the west side of Clark Street, just north of the intersection of Diversey, Clark, and Broadway. At this point, I'll hand the presentation over to Nick Fatikas, zoning attorney, and the project team to provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, my name is Nick Fatikas, Ftikas, on behalf of the applicant and property owner. And as Danielle said, again, this is Plan Development 139. I want to make sure. Sorry. Here's just the zoning map showing the existing boundaries of the plan development. Our application is not modifying or changing the plan development boundaries or even the building entitlements within the plan development. Instead, what we are seeking to do, if I can get to it, oh, I skipped ahead. I'm going to go to this page. I think it spells it out. The current uses were established when the plan development was originally established in 1976. And at that time, there was a restriction on the number of total liquor licenses based on one for every 22,000 square feet of floor area, as well as a requirement that the liquor licenses only be allowed for restaurants. We ran into an issue about 18 months ago where the existing theater was trying to renew its liquor license, and technically the city caught that issue and said it's not a restaurant, it's a theater. We worked with the administration to resolve that because there was a history of licensing, but it gave the owner a reason to pursue the amendment so that future tenants would not run into that same issue. So really, those two bullet points are the focus of our application. We did provide clarity on the uses that are allowed, again, consistent with the B3-5 zoning. And then we also, again, are removing the liquor license restrictions as they apply to the square footage and the limitation to restaurants. One other point is the change would not open up just liquor licensing for everybody. It would just require those individual applicants and tenants to pursue the appropriate liquor license for their establishment. We did have another, funny enough, an axe throwing tenant. Obviously, there are liquor restrictions on that, but it wasn't a restaurant. The base use wasn't a restaurant. So this is just one example of a future tenant that could come to the property and pursue a liquor license, go through the normal process and not be inhibited by the original 1976 plan development restrictions. I did my best to try and get through this quickly. Again, no changes are proposed, but we did provide in the packet context plans showing the existing building, the existing facades. All of those details will remain, no changes are proposed. So it's really a use-based zoning change or amendment within the existing plan development. And I think I can turn it back over to Danielle.
So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the application and finds it to be economically beneficial, compatible with surrounding development, and consistent with available city infrastructure and services. For that reason, we recommend that this application be forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning with a recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? No, not on this one? No, okay. Do we have a letter? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Commissioner.
I love the Century Mall. That's it.
Yeah, Century, let's just say Landmark Century is a great theater.
It
I've
is.
spent a lot of time there in my life.
And hopefully you were able to, as an adult, purchase a beverage. So.
Perfect. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this one too. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 139 submitted by BAI Century LLC for the property generally located at 2828 North Clark Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Las Patas so moves.
Thank you. Motion by Las Patas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ramirez Rosa. Roll call vote. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Las Patas?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, two more. Next item is D9. A proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1164 submitted by Addison and Clark Property Owner LLC for the property generally located at 3515-49 North Clark Street. 1001-29 West Addison Street, and 3546-58 North Sheffield Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend plan development number 1164 to add an internal mezzanine in one of its commercial units. The proposed FAR of the plan development will be increased by 0.11. This will bring the total overall FAR of the plan development to a maximum of 3.87. Application number 22228, and this is in the 44th Ward. Tom Bellino will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Tom Bellino with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Addison and Clark Property Owner LLC, is here today to request approval of an amendment to Plan Development 1164, which is generally located at 3515 to 49 North Clark Street, 1001 to 29 West Addison Street, 3546 to 58 North Sheffield Avenue, and is located immediately south of Wrigley Field. The applicant proposes to increase allowable floor area ratio, also known as FAR, from 3.76 to 3.87. This is to allow extra square footage, which will be used to build an interior mezzanine within an existing commercial unit in order to attract a new commercial tenant. There will be no exterior construction or changes to the building's site plan or footprint. A temporary partial increase was approved by DPD temporarily for 1 year up to 3.77 so that the applicant could begin the permitting process. The site is located in the North Region and in the 44th Ward. It is within the Lakeview community area, which contains a mix of high-density residential and diverse commercial land uses, including an entertainment and retail hub in Wrigleyville. The PD is roughly bounded by Clark, Addison, and Sheffield, is over 93,000 square feet, and is located less than a block from the CTA's Addison Red Line Station, and is across the street from Wrigley Field. The zoning in the immediate vicinity is primarily RT4 and 5 and B3, 2, and 3. The original PD was approved in 2010 and built out in 2017. The existing site is now a mixed-use residential and commercial development with community and regional serving businesses. Now I'd like to pass it off to Chris A. Leach with Ackerman to go over the details of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Chris Leach. I'm an attorney for the applicant, Addison and Clark Property Owner LLC, who is also the owner of the entire PD site. As Thomas mentioned, this is a proposed amendment to add additional FAR square footage. However, no other changes are being made to the exterior or to the facade or anything, or to the envelope of the building for that matter. It's just with respect to the additional FAR. The view that you have now on the screen is an aerial view from the west facing east. And this is another aerial view of the existing development from the northeast looking southwest. And this is a depiction of the commercial spaces in blue and the residential interests in red, and the vehicular access areas in green, and the loading in gray. It is the blue area that the additional FAR would be used for. This is just a site plan with the outline of the plan development in the darker black lines. And then this is the section plan of the existing development, an 8-story mixed-use building with a height of 108 feet, containing approximately 170,000 square feet of commercial space, 148 dwelling units, 493 on-site parking spaces. The dwelling units are located on the top 4 floors, whereas the lower 4 floors are levels of parking, surrounded by 3 levels of commercial space wrapping around the development. This concludes the applicant's presentation. We did receive a letter of support from Alderman Lawson, just so you know, I believe you have that. And I, along with Jason Alt, the representative of the owner, and the architect, Scott Fairfield, are here and will answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time, and we would ask for your favorable recommendation. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Thomas to finish up.
Again, for the record, Tom Bellino from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed additional use would be appropriate because the proposed amendment promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood, as evidenced by the design of the project and the fact that the proposed amendment and the proposed uses are in context with the character of the adjacent properties. The proposed amendment will make it easier for property owners to find appropriate tenants for their commercial units. And as the nature of retail evolves, this flexibility is important for the health and vibrancy of this showcase district of the city. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend the Plan Development 1164 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments of the staff for the applicant on this item? No? No? Okay. If not, then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1164 submitted by Addison and Clark Property Owner LLC for the property generally located at 3515-49 North Clark Street, 1001-29 West Addison Street, and 3546-58 North Sheffield Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Escareno. Do I have a second?
Second, La Spada?
La Spada, thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Yes. Commissioner La Spada?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last item on the agenda, item D10. A proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 5035 North Sheridan, Inc. for the property generally located at 952 West Carmen Avenue. The property is zoned B1-5 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to build a new 8-story mixed-use building on a currently vacant lot. The building will include 77 residential units, 1 commercial retail unit, 39 indoor car parking spaces, and 77 bike parking spaces. This is Lakefront application number 779, and it's in the 48th ward. Tom will be presenting again. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, once again, my name is Tom Bellino with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 5035 North Sheridan Incorporated, is here today to request approval of the Lakefront Protection Ordinance application number 779 to construct an 8-story mixed-use residential and commercial building at 952 West Carmen Avenue at its intersection with Sheridan Road. It would contain 77 residential units, 1 commercial unit, 39 vehicle parking spaces, and 77 bike parking spaces. This project is before the commission today because it is within the private use zone of the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. The project is located in the 48th ward within the Uptown community area, which is a high-density residential and commercial neighborhood. It contains a diverse set of housing types in a walkable and transit-oriented setting. The project at Carmen and Sheridan, just south of Foster Avenue, is located about 1,080 feet from the CTA's Argyle Red Line Station and a block from the Lakefront Park. The site is zoned B1-5, and this project proposes to comply with that zoning. The surrounding zoning is primarily RT4, RT6.5, B1-5, and contains several nearby PDs and is just north of the Argyle pedestrian street. The existing site is currently vacant but recently contained a one-story commercial building that has since been demolished. Now I'd like to pass it off to Jonathan Split with Jonathan Split Architects to go over the details of the proposed project.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jonathan Split from Jonathan Split Architects. So again, just to reiterate, this is an existing as of right project that's located in the Lakefront Protection District. We are proposing to construct a 8-story masonry building, has 77 residential units, a ground floor of 3,000 square foot commercial space, 39 parking, and 77 bike spots. We are within 2 blocks of the Argyle CTA Red Line stop. So therefore, that would limit our parking to the 39 spots. We put our, in this view, you can see the pedestrian context. We put our commercial space along Sheridan Road. We've detailed the building with a lot of masonry details and lots of glass, just so we didn't get a blank facade. On the side of Carmen's, luckily we're a corner. We've got 2 large masonry bays, which kind of reflect what our existing neighbors have right across the street and in the neighborhood. To be clear, those bays are located above our own property. So we set our first floor back 10 feet. Carmen Avenue is a very narrow street. So we kind of created our own mini plaza. We're adding 2 trees. We're putting back all of the parkway green space. This building also, due to the owner's insistence, is a very green building. It's all geothermal. We have wells to 600 feet deep. So heating, cooling, very, very minimal energy use, just a little bit of electric for the tenants, and for the ownership, the utility costs are pretty much zero. So really cool building. You know, if it was LEED rated, it'd be probably a gold building. A second building like this we built with Mr. Gassman, the client, really great guy to work for. But again, it's as of right building. We're here to answer any questions, but that's the building in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Thank you, Noah, for the reminder. The building's an as of right height. It's at 79 feet 10 inch for the zoning code. Our exhibit showed 84 feet, and that was to the top of the masonry parapet wall, which is more a decorative detail. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So I'll go over the relevant lakefront protection policies that apply to this this development in the recommendation. It has been concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. It complies with Lakefront Plan Policy number 8 because the proposal will increase safety by adding residents and commercial activity to this location, creating more eyes on the streets. Policy number 10, because the proposal will ensure a harmonious relationship between the lakeshore parks and community edges by increasing and diversifying the community population and its utilization of the parks. And policy number 14, because the proposal helps to coordinate public and private development in one of the community zones near the water and its parks. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? I do have a question on the sustainability aspects. Maybe that's for our department. So if this is a lakefront protection item, they're not subject to the Chicago policy, sustainability policy? Okay. So are you going after any certifications? You're just doing some green initiatives, but not.
We won't be seeking the lead determination, but the last project we did like this won a national award through the Engineer Society. I think it's ASCR, which is a national award every year. And we'd well exceed like the ComEd Energy Star program or the Illinois Energy. It's really just to make a better building. you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I don't see anybody asking anything now, okay, we'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by 5035 North Sheridan, Inc. for the property generally located at 952 West Carmen Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Laspada, so moved.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Laspata. Do I have a second? Commissioner Haran, second, roll call vote. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Laspata?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Haran?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience and hanging in.
Yes, we made it through. Okay, well, this concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Laspada, so moved.
Laspata, thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Escareno, okay. Escareno, yes. Flores is a yes. Laspata is a yes. Murphy? Thank you. Haran? Thank you. And Ramirez Rosa? Thank you. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:11 p.m. Thank you.
Good, everybody.